Welcome to the Pewtercast. This is the Draft Party Live call-in show. We've got me, I'm here, Brent Allen, your host, and we got Ren Daxt here, our co-host. Ren, what's going on, my friend?
Hanging out, being cool, laying on the couch, nice and comfy. Everyone's at work or out of the house. I'm kicked back, got the NFL Network on, talking to you. Got YouTube on the laptop. I got Mixler on the telephone, on my phone here. I'm all set. I'm excited. I'm hyped. I'm ready to go.
Man, that you and I think probably at least 75% of Bucs Nation, and apparently the other 25% is at some girls' softball game or something. I don't know. But yeah, guys, this is the NFL draft. What we have been waiting for what's it been now? Almost 5 months at this point. Like getting really close to about 5 months. We've been waiting for this night. It is finally here. We are going to find out just who is going to be joining the Tampa Bay Buccaneers through the draft. Or will we? Ren, what do you think about that? Do you think the Bucs are going to pick someone tonight, or we're going to trade out of the first round altogether and make this whole exercise an exercise of futility? What do you think?
I don't know, to be honest. If as a Bucs fan, I would like them to trade down. I've said this a few times in previous podcasts. I think the sweet spot for this draft is the second and third round. As many second and third round picks Jason Light and his team can pick up, I think the better we are. The Buccaneers are off during this draft, picking players that we need and can actually make an impact this year. So, but then there's part of me that doesn't want to sit here and watch 3 hours and be let down and not see at least one player coming to the Buccaneers and you know who we got.
Right. Well, only time will tell at this point because we are about 2 minutes away from the Cleveland Browns being on the clock and Roger Gooddell coming out to the podium to ring the bell. Now we've got the live feed here, and for legal purposes, we are not going to be rebroadcasting by any stretch of the imagination the draft. You can watch that on your own. However, for under Fair Use Act, we will be putting in little clips, like particularly where they take the picks and we see who they're picking. And Ren, I think just a little look at the night of how things are going to go is we'll just follow the draft. We'll go pick by pick. A lot of people have their mock drafts out. They might be on mock draft 9.2 at this point, as many that people are doing out there. But we'll look at them. We'll go through, we'll take a look and see how it affects, how it may or may not affect the Tampa Bay Bucs pick. And this is really talking about the Bucs. Like, we're watching to see what these other teams do so that we know how it's going to affect our team. And, certainly as we look at, especially the other teams in our division, because these are people we're going to have to see twice a year. One of the fun things about this show, though, is this is going to be a live call-in show. We're using our Instant Cast platform here. So while Ren and I will be here with you for the full 3 hours or so of this night, you guys can jump in and out wherever you are. We'd love for you guys to call in and just shout out. So if you're sitting at home on a couch like Ren, call us and let us know and give us your thoughts and feelings on what's happening in the draft at any point. If you're at a draft party, you're at a I don't know, maybe you're one of the Buckaholics draft parties, and they have several that are happening all over the country as they have different chapters in each state. Give us a call. We'd love to hear all the noise in the background. If you're maybe at, a bowling alley, maybe you're at a bar, you're watching the draft, call us. We'd love to know, where is it you're watching the draft from tonight? Who are you with? What do you got going on? Now, Ren, you kind of painted the picture for us just a little bit, but you are watching the draft from your couch. Is that right?
Yeah, sitting on my couch. I got draft fatigue pretty much like everybody did. About last Monday, I was kind of over all the mock drafts and everything. And then I got ramped back up when it became Monday again, because it was draft week. And then about yesterday, I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm done again. Like, no more mock drafts.
Right.
But and that's even when it got first reported that the Buccaneers are looking to trade down by Adam Schefter from ESPN, saying they're talking to 3 people. But there's been a tweet by Scott Smith, who talked to Jason Light right before he went to the war room less than an hour ago, where it said that all 3 options are still very much on the table.
Sure.
Trading up, trading down, or staying put where they're at. So, Jason likes to wheel and deal. I think he works the draft really well. So we're just gonna have to, kick back and hang on and see what he's got in store for us.
Yeah, and certainly I know I personally have some thoughts on whether or not we should trade down, and even what does that mean that Jason has been talking to these other teams, and what could that look like? We've got some thoughts. I'm sure we're going to get to that, anytime over the next few hours. So you're there on your couch. I am here in the studio. I tweeted out a picture a little bit earlier. I had to rework some things, had to bring in a TV. We've never had a TV here in the studio, and had to hook that up to the soundboard and add in a couple extra things to make sure that everything can work for tonight. But Ren, we were on the phone a little bit earlier, getting everything tested. I think we're going to sound great tonight. And like you, I am long time been on draft fatigue. I'm just glad that it's finally here. And in a lot of ways, I think I'll be really glad that we're going to be on the backside of this here, in the next couple of days, actually, as it were. So can't wait for that. A couple of specifics to those. I see people jumping into the chat room. I want to say welcome to everybody who is out there joining us for tonight. You guys can interact with the chat. Ren and I are both here watching. We'll talk to you a little bit there. But you can also talk to us by calling into the show. That number is 864-729-BUCS. That's 864-729-2827. Feel free to call us at any time throughout the night. If something pops up and you just want to talk about the draft, you want to talk about what's going on with the Bucs, you want to talk about really anything that we're talking about, please feel free. And we'll have that number going on out there. So I want to say welcome you guys with all that. Now, Ren, as the number one pick is just about to get started, we just saw a picture on the TV. I'm watching the ESPN feed of the draft with former Tampa Bay Buccaneers head coach John Chucky Gruden. You are watching
who's on that panel besides Chucky?
Let's see. It looks like I don't know these people by face.
Kuiper's there.
Yeah, Kuiper, Riddick. I think it's not Riddick. I don't know.
McShay is probably there.
Yeah, there's Kuiper right there. Chris Berman.
Berman's running the desk. Huh?
Yeah, looks like Berman, and then one other person. I'm not entirely sure. We'll figure out who those are as soon as I know. I'll let you know. But So they've got that.
Breaking news.
Yeah, breaking news. Here's who's talking on ESPN. Breaking news. Here's who survived the ESPN layoffs earlier this week.
Right? Jeez,
man.
Oh,
my gosh. Yeah, there's Kuiper right there. You certainly can oh my gosh. How I gotta imagine if you're an ESPN employee and you're getting fired like the week before the draft or like the night before the draft, that's gotta be like getting broken up with on Valentine's Day.
Yeah, right. Especially like for NFL guys like Ed Werner and I know they laid off all their at least I read that on Twitter, so it's gotta be true, that they laid off like their entire NHL staff, like anybody that covered the NHL, they laid them all off. ESPN doesn't do really an NHL show. They don't talk NHL. They barely do NHL highlights. So
right,
that I could see coming. They don't broadcast any of their games, and that's the reason why. But I'm telling you, it was a bit shocking. 4, 3, 2. On my desk here at the NFL Network is probably. Oh, I just want to let everybody know, if you're listening now. Like Brent said, he has the TV piped in, and he can bring the TV up through the broadcast. So if you're at work like Atlanta Bucs fan is, you don't have to like he's going to pipe the TV sound in every time there's a pick, so you'll be able to hear it live.
So
through the
let's look at this. Roger Gooddell is now at the podium. Let's hear what he has to say.
And welcome to the NFL Draft. Come on, Philly, come on. There you go. We are thrilled.
That's a whole lot of Eagles jerseys in that crowd.
Where the first draft was held nearly 80 years ago. So tonight, we celebrate the great game that we all love. And we celebrate as NFL dreams come true. So it sounds like you're ready. Are you ready? The NFL Draft for 2017 is officially open.
There it is.
The Cleveland Browns are on the clock.
All right, and with that, Ren, the Cleveland Browns are officially on the clock. I know there's been a little bit of back and forth on who they're taking. Myles Garrett certainly seems to be the front runner for most mocks, although I've seen several other names tied to the Cleveland Browns for this first pick. What are you thinking?
Yeah, it's Myles Garrett. They talk about Trubisky. And the reason they're talking about Trubisky at the first spot because the Browns need a quarterback, and they also have the 12th pick. So they're afraid that if they stay at 12, he might not be there, and maybe they don't want to move up and waste a lot. They do have a ton of second, third round picks this year and next year, but they might not want to waste those. They might just want to play it safe and get their guy. I think that was kind of a smoke screen to see what other teams would react and who would call them about that. Maybe even San Francisco put that out there, and because they want to move down. And then if people are thinking that the Browns are taking Trubisky, then everyone would call San Francisco trying to move up, try to get Myles Garrett. So, I'm not going to bet my life on any of these picks, but I'm standing on the Myles Garrett hill for sure.
Sure. They couldn't go wrong with Myles Garrett. I tell you what I like most about him is I like the attitude that he brings, and specifically when he came out and he said to the Browns, "Draft me first, or I will make you pay." I love that. I love that.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, you don't? Why not? I love that kind of an attitude.
There's so many people that were high draft picks that talk crap draft night or pre-draft that turn out to be absolute busts. So I just...
Oh, see, that makes it even better, though. To me.
Okay. All right, if you want to look at it that way.
But I'm cynical when it comes to stuff like that. But I don't know. I mean, that's just it's such a lofty thing to say. Like, draft me or I will make you pay. I don't know. I like it.
I could feel. It's just that's just not my thing.
I can see what you're saying. I can see what you're saying. You would rather somebody come out and just prove it on the field, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I mean, I
that.
remember when we drafted Broderick Thomas back in the day, and like he gets off the plane like around midnight at Tampa International Airport. There's only one camera there. Like there was nobody else. Not like the fanfare it is today. And he was like, tell everybody Tampa the Sandman's coming. Now, in his defense, he had absolutely like zero help on that roster. Well, not zero, but it wasn't a very good roster for most of the years he was here. But he was underwhelming as well as a first round top 10 draft pick. So stuff like that's kind of soured me from then that's kind of where I stand on that.
Right. And, and we could certainly talk about some of Cleveland's most recent picks having big mouths, not being able to deliver. Johnny Manziel.
Yeah. I don't know if the guy, Jason Gilbert, who's a cornerback for Oklahoma State like 2 years ago, he's already out of football. Like they let him go. Then somebody picked him up and they let him go. And he was a top 20 pick like 2 years ago, and he's out of football. I don't know if he falls into the category as he was a big talker, and if you don't pick me first, like I'm the best cornerback in the draft. And I think those questions are stupid as well. It's like a reporter asks you who's if you're a quarterback, who's the best quarterback in the draft? You're not going to say anybody else, right, no matter what position you play. So it's one of those things where they sort of have to. But like I said, I'm not in the position of a 20-year-old to 22-year-old kid making threats on full-grown men. Like, I'm going to ruin your organization every time I play you. Okay. I don't think you're that good.
Fair enough.
It's a team game, my friend. It's a team game. Not to get this thing off on a sour note. On a crappy note, but
a little spicy there, huh?
Yeah, that's like I said, that's just the way I feel. So I hope I have nothing against the kid. I hope he has a good career. As with every number one pick that's been consensus for a while, there's always late criticisms coming into the game about the way he plays. So now, like the big thing is that he's kind of lazy and he takes plays off. But he's been consensus number one since pretty much the day after the national championship game. It was like Myles Garrett number one, and he's been there the whole time. So, whatever. It's the draft. It is what it is.
Yeah,
Let's move on.
There's almost never really been another serious consideration for the number one spot in the number.
No,
one
not
pick.
this year. Not even close.
Yeah. So now let me ask you this: Myles Garrett, they take him. How does that affect the Bucs at all this year? Do you think?
Nothing. He plays in the other conference, so
yeah. We don't play the Browns this year.
Yeah, we don't play the Browns this year. A player of his caliber, obviously, when it gets to players that caliber, all you really are hoping for, if you can't get him, is he doesn't go to a division rival.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much about it. I know when we did our free agency podcast, I talked about what I like the Browns are doing. And I do like the Browns are doing. They've torn the house down to the studs and have collected all those second and third round picks, and they're going to rebuild, and they're going to rebuild quick. Now, of course, the big, huge missing piece of that puzzle is their quarterback. Right. There's no Mariota and there's no Winston this draft, and even to a lesser standpoint, there's no Carson Wentz from last year. I'm not going to throw Jared Goff in there because I think that guy is as dumb as a rock. I think they really screwed the pooch on that pick. The Rams did.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, who knows? It's still early, but yeah, he didn't get in till I think the year was mostly over, and his touchdown to interception ratio was I think it was 5 touchdowns, 7 interceptions in 6 games. It wasn't good, and he had all that time to learn the offense and got in there, and there were 0 expectations because their season was already over. And yeah, I don't have high hopes for the kid.
And they're saying that the pick is in.
And
the only clips that they're showing on ESPN is Myles Garrett. The only clips they're showing. They're not showing anybody else.
On NFL Network, they're just showing the desk. Rich Eisen's talking. He's talking to. He's got Mike Mayock up there.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know who the other 2 guys are. I think it's the same guy as last year, who's Stanford's head coach. He was on the desk last year.
Yeah?
I believe his last name's Shaw. I want to say his first name's Bernard, but that may be right. And I don't know who the other guy is. It's Daniel Jeremiah, I believe.
So I think what we're watching right now, I think this is what you mean when you're saying that they decided that they're not going to spoil who the pick is. So even though the pick is in, we're just waiting on Gooddell to get back to the podium.
And
for
once
that.
Gooddell gets back to the podium, then the camera will go to the green room and show.
Right. Yeah, they'll show that clip.
Myles Garrett standing up from the table, and here we go.
There we go. Okay, let's pull it up. Here it comes.
With the first pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Myles Garrett, defensive end, Texas A&M.
Shocker. Well, if that isn't the shock of the draft, Ren, I don't know what is.
Well, the good part is now the draft begins because nobody knows where San Francisco's going. Nobody knows.
Yeah, I don't know.
Listen, San Francisco. Here's where this thing goes sideways real quick.
Yeah, it absolutely. You could if drafts were like people filling out their brackets for the NCAA basketball tournament, this could be where everybody's draft or everybody's bracket gets busted coming up here in this particular pick. So
the Myles Garrett was a 16-1 game. This one's like a 12-4 or a 7-8 game. Here we go.
Yeah. Oh, there's the clip they're showing right now. Myles Garrett receiving the phone call. He is apparently at home with a banner of the NFL Players Association behind him.
You see that back there?
Yeah.
See that back there? He's already got sponsored.
Yeah. He's sponsored by the NFL Players Association. We're
gonna take care of you, son.
Oh, and there's his. I don't know who this gentleman is on the right that has an NFL Players Association T-shirt on underneath his sport coat. I want to take a quick moment and say hello to everyone who has joined us in the chat room. There's several new people actually who've jumped in, so hello. And lots of stuff going on over in the chat room. You guys are welcome to call into the show at any time with any of your thoughts. Let us know where you are watching the draft from. That number is 864-729-BUCS. That's 864-729-2827. We'd love to talk to you guys at any point throughout the night and how you think that's going to affect the Bucs. Now, San Francisco 49ers are on the clock, and as we are ticking away, let's say that's one pick down. We got 18 to go till we get up to number 19, which is where we are picking. Former Buccaneer John Lynch is about to make his very first NFL pick. What do you think about this, Ren?
What do I think about John Lynch being a GM, or what do I think the pick's going to be?
No, about John Lynch. John Lynch throwing his hat in the not just in the GM ring. He got hired, man. He's it.
Yeah, I don't. It came to big shock to me as it did everybody else. I mean, I think I was a little happier because obviously I'm a Buccaneer fan about it. But once it, he had zero experience as a scout, zero experience in front office, zero experience obviously as a GM. He went straight from playing to the broadcasting booth, and now he's a GM of one of the most storied franchises in the NFL. Weird. But, we'll see. Everyone likes John Lynch as a person. Oh, Bears trade up.
Uh-oh. Let's see what's going on.
And what he's heard, that this might be a situation where Solomon Thomas goes 2 overall.
Now, the Bears were number 3? No. Did the Bears trade up?
Probably pull that up. Let's pull up.
Well, like we said, this would be the one where everybody's mock draft gets jacked up. Yeah. So the Chicago Bears have traded up.
On the clock, huh?
Right.
Yeah. They need a quarterback. I'm thinking Deshaun Watson or Trubisky. If I was a Bear fan, I would want Deshaun Watson. I think he's proven himself a winner over and over again at the college level.
Yeah.
He beat Alabama, who might have 5 guys from that defense go in the first round this draft, and he beat them and only ran out of time the year before. Some of those guys had left, but you understand what I'm getting at. So if I go for my money, I'm going Deshaun Watson, but who knows?
Right, and I'm going to go Deshaun Watson too if that is who they're going to pick, but that might be a little bit of the homer for me because I am in Clemson territory. That's where I live. And he was obviously the quarterback. So it could be very interesting to see. I can't wait to see who Chicago's picked. But now this actually has even more news for a former Buccaneer, Mike Glennon. Chicago picked him up, paid him a whole crap ton of money to become a backup quarterback again.
Well, they only paid him for 1 year. They paid him a crap ton of money, but they can get out of all of it after this year. So they paid a crap ton of money this year as like an insurance, and maybe they had it in their minds the whole time that they're gonna take a quarterback here, and they don't have to bring him along at least for 1 year, possibly 2. I wonder what San Francisco got for that. Let's see. Bears.
Yeah. If you can pull that up, they're not telling us on the draft or on the.
Yeah, it hasn't been settled yet. So where was the Bears pick? Oh, right below them. What?
Yeah, so the Bucs or the Bears, they just swapped places, is what they did. It does make you wonder what San Francisco got out of the deal.
They
probably a late round pick.
Better not be a second, probably a third. So the Bears really like a guy, obviously, because everyone knew Myles Garrett was gone, and there's only one other team that can take only one other guy, and they're afraid for the 49ers. They were linked to Solomon Thomas a lot. I can't imagine going up just to get him because Jonathan Allen was still on the board, and it's interesting. I don't know. I don't know if I like this for Bears fans.
I don't know. I mean, a lot of it's just going to have to depend on what they had to give up to take San Francisco's spot there to go up and get them. But they had to, they had to be really freaked out that San Francisco was going to take whoever it is that they're about to announce. I'm going to
guess it's the 3rd rounder.
Yeah.
But they'll let us know. They'll let us know soon.
Yeah. So they've got a minute and 45 left to get this pick in, and I got it. Oh, there it is. The pick is in. I was gonna say I would laugh so hardcore if they missed it and San Francisco jumped up and got their guy. It'd make me laugh.
Oh yeah, like the Vikings did, like back-to-back years where they let the time run out.
Yeah. So the pick is in.
Pick is in.
Now, at what point? Just for clarity, so the pick is in. At what point does the clock start on San Francisco? Has it already started as soon as their pick is in? Like even though Gooddell hasn't come out to the podium yet.
I would think so. As soon as the pick is in, because once the pick goes in, electronically it gets sent out to all the teams what the pick is, so they're automatically starting. Like they don't find out through TV. Like they don't find out live on TV. Roger Gooddell saying it. Like as soon as the league confirms what the pick is.
Here's the details of the trade. Sorry,
Cool.
the Bears got the 2nd overall pick. San Francisco got a 3rd overall pick. So they flip-flopped. They got a 3rd and 4th round pick this year, and they picked up a 3rd round pick in 2018. Holy
Jesus.
crap!
For
Holy
one
crap!
spot.
Yeah, let's see what Gooddell has to say here.
With the 2nd pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Mitchell Trubisky,
Wow!
quarterback, North Carolina.
There it is.
Wow! Look at the faces on these Bears fans that are in the crowd.
I don't know. I'm watching a different network. I got Trubisky on the TV, on the television.
Yeah, now they're showing Trubisky, shaking everybody's hand right now for me.
Wow. Well, I'm going to give John Lynch for his first pick an A+. Move down 1 spot and pick up 3 draft picks.
Yeah, they spent
Especially in
4
this
draft picks on this
3rd
guy.
and 4th. Those
Oh my
are starters for the 49ers.
Wow.
So I'm giving him an A+.
Well, we're right now looking at Colin Kaepernick's replacement on a full-time level. I don't even remember who else was QBing for the 49ers these last couple of years.
He's on a 49ers Bear.
Yeah. Oh no, you're right. Oh dang. Because we were just talking about John Lynch. No, you're absolutely right. This is the guy who Mike Glennon is probably going to be backing up this year. I got to tell you,
your new best friend, Mike Glennon.
Right now, Mike Glennon is cussing up a storm.
Yeah, he is.
He's got that big old black tongue slashing everywhere. Draft.
That neck is moving.
Oh man. It's got to make you feel for Mike Glennon, doesn't it?
It does.
Atlanta
He's
Bucs
a really
fan
nice guy. He's just really easy to pick on because he's so goofy.
Yeah, Atlanta Bucs fan Dan in the chat room says Glennon sitting down for another rookie. That's great. Yeah, good night. They gave up 3 extra.
Yeah.
They picked up 3 picks.
Yeah, to go up 1 spot.
Wow.
Yeah, and 2 in this year. So they have. So Chicago, I don't really know if they had any extra picks. So they have a 2nd rounder, and they will pick again till the 5th if they didn't have any extra picks from somewhere else, which I can't remember.
Yeah, they picked up Chicago's
third,
2nd
fourth.
and 3rd. No, they picked up Chicago's 2nd and 3rd round this year, and their 3rd round next year.
I thought you said 3rd, 4th.
Hang on. I'm 90% sure that what I just said right now was right.
Okay,
but you're looking it up. Yeah, but you're looking it up. But I think they said it's their 2nd and 3rd round pick this year and the 3rd round pick next year to flip flop spots.
Wow.
Yeah.
John Lynch on the clock again.
There you go.
6 minutes and counting down.
Wow.
Well, now what do they do? Now they can get their guy Solomon Thomas, who they've been linked to a lot.
Right.
John Lynch went to Stanford. He's from Stanford.
Solomon Thomas. What position is he?
He's a defensive tackle.
Okay. Oh wow. Okay.
Big inside run stopper, athletic guy, nearly unblockable, that type of deal. Or they could trade down again, and because the rumors were hot and heavy early that they love Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah. Yeah.
What the buck? Derek Fournier just said Lynch just punked the Bears.
Derek is right. He's absolutely right.
Oh, how about this? And Greg Allman already. Oh, so who are we going to see in week 2? Is it going to be Glennon or Trubisky? We play Chicago week 2 in Tampa.
Yeah. Oh my!
I'm trying to find the details of the trade.
Yeah. Bucs fans are going wild on Twitter right now, praising John Lynch for this move because that is just something else. Oh my word! I'm looking at video of Mike Glennon absolutely just completely missing a shotgun hike. Though to be fair, that wasn't his fault. That was other dude.
Where
center.
he was like looking away and they hiked the ball.
Yeah. Oh my word. Interesting. So 49ers back on the clock at 4:30. Hey, those of you who are over in the chat room, you want to call and talk to us about this move by former Buccaneer John Lynch, you can do that. 864-729-BUCS. That's 2827. I will tell you, though, if you're talking and you call in and Gooddell steps up to the microphone, I will interrupt you. And that's okay, because this is, a live show, and that's how it works, because they can jump up at any time. But go ahead and give us a call. I want to say welcome. We've got a couple new folks over in the chat room who have joined us. Would love to know where you guys are watching the draft tonight. Are you at home? Are you at a draft party? Are you at the bar? Where are you? Do you got your headphones in and you're listening on your phone? Where is it?
Are you at work?
Yeah, are you at work? Yeah, Dan from Atlanta is there. He says he's teaching Mike Glennon. He's teaching those rookies how a veteran carries a clipboard. Dang.
That's right.
That's right. That is.
You don't want to pull anything. It's all about the technique there. Oh, somebody just jumped in and didn't know. We know. Yeah. Second pick, Bears flip-flop positions, and the Bears took Trubisky with the second pick for JJ to coach. Oh, there he goes. Okay, he is watching it. Okay. That was a question mark. Like, why the hell did they take a QB? I thought he was asking if they did. Because they need one. That's
Mike Glennon is not going to be a franchise QB. He's just not. And okay, so let's give it to the Bears. If they think that Trubisky could be their next franchise quarterback, you do what you got to do to go get him.
Agreed.
Agreed. If they think that that's who he is, now I don't know if he's that person. But if that's who they think he is, if that was Jameis Winston a couple years ago and we were number 3, would we have done the same thing to go back? Would we regret giving up 3 other picks to go up and get Jameis Winston if we were in that same spot a couple of years ago?
Okay, I found – yes. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Here's what Andrew Siciliano's saying. They swap first rounds, and then this year the 49ers get the 3rd and 4th round pick, and that's it.
What about next year?
There's nothing on that says about next year.
Nothing about next year. Okay.
That's what Andrew Siciliano's saying. So we're going to go with that for now.
Right. Then ESPN
he's verified by Twitter, so that's got to be
true. Yeah, because everything that you see on the internet is true, even from Twitter.
Yeah, so they swapped first-round picks, and then San Francisco picked up a 3rd round, number 67, and a 4th round, number 111. Oh, San Francisco pick is in.
All right.
I think it would be funny if they went and got picked a quarterback back-to-back, like pick Watson here. They get the quarterback they like and pick up 2 extra picks. But I'm still thinking it just makes too much sense. They have too many holes in the roster. If they don't like the quarterbacks, I'm thinking Solomon Thomas. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's McCaffrey. I'm going with the Stanford guy or a quarterback.
All right. Well, we'll see. It looks like Gooddell will be coming to the podium here any moment. We'll see. But man, I can't get over it. If this was anyone else other than John Lynch, there he is. Let's listen.
With the 3rd pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Solomon Thomas, defensive end, Stanford.
Well, there you go.
There he is.
Yeah, and now the who do we got? Jacksonville Jaguars are now on the clock.
That is correct,
I believe. So, you've got to believe that this is the guy that the 49ers wanted, was Solomon Thomas, and they were able to pick up a few extra picks, trade back just one spot. Last year Jason Light traded back 2 spots and only picked up 1 extra pick. Of course it was a little bit lower. It was pick number 9 for pick number 11. This is pick 2 and 3. But now over in the chat room, JJ Dakota says that NFL Network Ren says that they also got a 3rd round out of next year as well for that trade. So different reports from different people out there. I'm sure that'll settle out sometime.
We'll figure it out. But 3 picks for moving up 1 spot and still getting your guy. I mean, what was Chicago? San Francisco must have put a hell of a smoke screen out there.
Yeah.
To Chicago, thinking they were going Trubisky all the way. But like you said, if it works out for the Bears, it's all bridge under the water. No one no one yelled at Atlanta or says Atlanta was stupid for trading all those picks to go up and get Julio Jones.
Right.
So.
Right. Yeah, and that's the only thing I can say. If the Bears think that this guy is their franchise quarterback, then they did what they had to do to go get him. And outside of that, it was not a good move. So, you can definitely think that that's probably what's going on. Now, the Jacksonville Jaguars, their pick is now in. This is going to be my new hometown team, although I will not be a Jacksonville Jaguars fan here in just a couple of weeks. We are moving. Actually, my wife starts her job down there next week. So we are in the processes of packing everything up and moving down to the Jags. Who do you think the Jags are taking this particular round?
Oh, this could once again, this could go anywhere. A lot of people were putting Jamal Adams, LSU, with him, and then
Safety,
in
right?
the last few days, it's either people have like screw the off-field stuff. It's Dalvin Cook,
Right.
and I've also seen people say Fournette. So it seems to be like I think they need to go. I think they need weapons for Bortles. I've also seen people start to put quarterbacks with Jacksonville, saying, you know what, Bortles, you've had 3 years, or has it been 4 years? I think it's been. I think it's been 4 years.
Yeah.
Anyway, that it's time. He had his chance, and it's time to give up on that. But since they have a new head coach, a new head of football operations. I'm not really sure if Tom Coughlin's the head of football operations or the GM, or maybe he's both.
I think Tom Coughlin is like he's not the head of anything. He's just like an advisor. He's like an advisor on football operations or something like that.
Yeah, but
it's
he's kind of
weird.
but he seems like he's everybody's boss.
Yeah. Without actually being their boss, he is their boss. Like I think is how I understand it.
Yeah, he's like president of the company. It's like he's the boss of the GM. But I like their owner a lot. I think he's a real patient man. I like the way he does business. So I think once they kind of find their little magic combination like we have in Tampa as far as like head coach, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, and GM, once they get that together, I think Jacksonville's going to be good for a long time because I think he's someone who rewards his people and he's not going to snap to judgments. I mean, it's worked out for Atlanta, but if Dan Quinn, like so many other head coaches, rookie head coaches, had gone back-to-back 60
He is the vice president of football operations. Just so they just put it up there on the thing. Tom Coughlin, vice president of football operations. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, that's cool. Yeah, I don't even know what that means. But the vibe I get is like he's the boss. Like he can tell the GM what to do. But maybe not. Who knows? But like I said, I like Jacksonville. I think once they figure it out, they're going to be just fine. Yeah. If I had to guess, my gut is telling me Christian McCaffrey. Well, we'll see. I'll tell you, the Jacksonville Jaguars thing, I'm going to say the same thing about them that I said about Tampa, is they've got to change their culture. And if they can figure out how to do that, how to intentionally make that happen, then you're right. All the pieces will be there. And he'll be able to do it. Let's see who that is they pick. You said, who'd you say, Ren? You said Christian McCaffrey. All right, let's find out. Man, if this is Dalvin Cook, Buccaneer fans are going to flip.
With the fourth pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Leonard Fournette.
Oh!
LSU.
Leonard Fournette. Now, he was one, if you listen to Greg Allman and Pewtercast guest Riley Allman from a couple weeks ago, they had their Cannon Fodder podcast, and the very first one they did was they were looking at the running backs in this year's draft. And, I remember Riley saying, hey, listen, Leonard Fournette, Christian McCaffrey, throw one up in the air and take whichever one you want. They're both really good, and they're both equal, and, there's no better or worse or anything between those guys. Like,
yeah, it's about the style you want to run as an offense. I'm kind of grinning ear to ear because I was really afraid Fournette was going to end up in the Panthers offense and him and Cam Newton were going to start running the ball down our throats, to be honest. So I'm glad he's not, once again, he's in the AFC and he's not in our division.
Right.
So, but it makes sense for them. I mean, they've got they just drafted TJ Yeldon a few years ago, so I guess he's not working out, but he's kind of a different back. He's a power back, but I mean, no one's a power back like Fournette. So, yeah, when you're picking this high, you really can't, you can't really scratch your head at any of these picks because they're all, the upper 1% of the draft class.
Right. And for whatever it's worth, we will face Fournette at least once this year in the preseason. I think it's our first preseason game there where they'll be in Jacksonville, I believe.
Second game
in Jacksonville.
Yep.
So I'll get to be there. I'll get to be there live. I will absolutely make that trip over to Everbank Stadium to be able to see that. So good for the Jags. A little bit of positive vibes coming from the chat room, saying he's a stud. He'll be good for the Jags. So a couple people
and Quan's happy, which is a good point.
Yeah.
Quan's been banging. He's an LSU guy.
Yeah.
Quan Alexander, and he's been banging the drugs for LSU guys all off season.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's cool. Quan's got a little grin. One of his boys got drafted.
Yeah. So Tennessee their pick is in. Tennessee's pick was in before it seems that Leonard Fournette was even announced. So they have been on the clock now. Actually, on the clock right now, I believe, is the New York Jets. But Tennessee's pick. So we'll keep an eye out. Who do you think Tennessee is going with here? With what would be pick number 5? I think it is.
It's either going to be a wide receiver. It's going to be a playmaker on offense. I feel God, I don't know, but like Jamal Adams is still out there. Like all the cornerbacks are out there. All the safeties are out there. Fournette going this high kind of threw everything for a loop. But if I was Tennessee, I would do what we're doing with Winston and start surrounding him with weapons. And but it is so high. Like you could get a 10, 12-year All-Pro player at safety. I'm not really sure how they're set up at linebacker, to be honest with you. Their defense seems about average. Their offensive line is good, and they're set at running back, and that's about it, and quarterback, and that's about it. And they could go anywhere. It might be a little high for Corey Davis, or who I heard has been overrated by most of the draft pundits. Mike Williams is there. This could be a spot for John Ross.
John Ross. That's what I was just thinking was John Ross, wide receiver.
But Tennessee has another pick at 18,
right?
Which is more of like a landing spot for them.
Ugh. Yeah, I think 18 was their pick due to their record because they came in at 9-7 just like we did this past year. So, yeah, it'll be something to see here in just a few minutes whenever we see Gooddell step up to the microphone in the podium here. Now, Tennessee Titans, the only connection really I think that I can figure out to the Bucs is their GM was a former assistant to our GM, Jason Light. And so there's a little bit of like, hey, little brother, want to see you do good over there. Like, go get you a good pick. But outside of that, yeah, I don't really care about the Tennessee Titans at all.
Well, that, and I think as long as Mariota and Winston's careers continue, if no one busts out of the league or gets injured or one of them gets traded, those guys are kind of linked at the hip because, it was a big decision, 1-2. They went 1-2, but it looks like it's not like a Peyton Manning, Ryan Leaf 1-2 or one totally flames out. One goes on to be, first ballot Hall of Famer. This seems to be that they're both on the right track to be perennial playoff leading quarterbacks for their team. So, besides the John Robinson connection with who was Jason Light's right-hand man, I think more of it's a Mariota, Jameis Winston attached at the hip type of pick thing here. So
sure. Now we don't face the Titans at all this year, so this isn't something that we're going to have to deal with at all from a Buccaneers standpoint. So, yeah, I don't know. I think this will mostly just be one of those. I don't know. You could sit back and say, how is this going to affect the Bucs pick? But really, it's not, right? Like these are the picks that are so high that we're not really. They're not. These aren't people we're looking at, so to speak.
Well, unless they reach for somebody, like say they reach for like what if like Njoku pops up and that's they take a Buda Baker.
Right.
I mean, if they reach for somebody like that, who the Bucs and fans were kind of expecting to be there at pick 19, but yeah, probably not, and more than likely, probably in the 90 percentile, 98 percentile, that these guys aren't that these picks really aren't going to affect the Bucs. They've probably had them already off their board, had them rated, but knew in their heart of hearts that they weren't going to be there at 19.
And for whatever it's worth, you just mentioned Njoku. That's who Riley drafted to me when I was in the first round, when we did our pre-draft mock draft podcast from just a couple weeks ago, episode 33, called Drafting Riley Allman. If you guys haven't listened to it, make sure you go listen to that and let us know what you guys think. Saying hello to everybody who is over in the chat room. We should be seeing Roger Gooddell stepping to the microphone here any moment to let us know who the Titans picked up in round number 1 with pick number 5.
Yeah, I'm going to go back and listen to that episode because we did 3 mocks. Like, I had my mock, but we made Riley pick position. Like, we gave him a position in the round, and then he had to pick guys that he had graded at that spot. So, like, all the positions for each round were a little different. We had a couple of overlaps. Like, Pharaoh Brown got overlapped late, tight end from Oregon in late rounds. I think Xavier Rhodes, safety from La Tech, got overlapped on a few of ours. But that was a fun thing. I'm going to go back and listen to that after this draft is over and see if where we matched up, especially if the Bucs take like that position player in that round that we asked Riley to mock to us.
Right. And looks like Gooddell is stepping to the podium. Let's find out who the Titans picked.
With the 5th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Corey Davis, wide receiver from Michigan.
There you go. I think you're actually about 5 seconds ahead of me.
I am. I'm watching the NFL Network.
I think you're about 5 seconds ahead of me.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, you went no, and Gooddell was like, the Tennessee Titans pick.
Yeah, that was my hope of all hopes. And when I heard that he was sliding down draft boards, I didn't even tweet anything out. I just wanted to keep it like as quiet as possible. Yeah, this guy he's just an NFL number 1 wide receiver. Is just written all over him. Pick any big, strong, durable, very good wide receiver, and this is him. He looks like he's gonna. It all depends on who. Oh, he was Marcus Mariota. So if Marcus Mariota stays on his trajectory, that everyone that he's been on so far, you're looking at like these 2 guys. This is their Mike Evans. So this is their guy that if they stay together the whole career, they both might make. They'll have talk about the Hall of Fame, depending on how much they win.
So I got a question for you. So I got a question for you before I get to it. There's some talk going on in the chat room. A couple of other people agreeing with you, Ren, saying no. If any of you guys want to call in, let us know your thoughts on this. On this pick with Corey Davis, please feel free. 864-729 Bucs, 864-729-2827. So Ren, let me ask you: is Corey Davis a Mike Evans type player? Could he be the Mike Evans for the Tennessee Titans now? Is he that good?
Yeah, except he's faster.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's faster. Yeah, this guy, to me, I mean, and let me say to everybody listening, like I don't break down film. I see a guy and I go and I watch their highlight reel, and then I kind of like listen to whatever the people that I respect, their takes on players and what they have to say, and I kind of piece together. I listen to the good and I take the bad, and then I kind of put it in the middle. He was my number 1 wide receiver in the draft. I think he's an instant star, like Mike Evans became, like Odell Beckham became. Last year, who was it? I guess it wasn't last year, but Amari Cooper at Oakland. I think it's only his 3rd year. Next year will be coming in. He just was that guy that's just gonna catch 80, 90, 100 balls, and he's gonna have 11, 12, 13, 1,400 yard seasons every year, and all depends if they throw him to the red zone. But his speed is deceptive, like in his tape, and I know he's playing, he's not playing against top-notch competition, but he just runs away from people, and that's like on a dead, like starting. He'll do a curl route, catch it, and then turn towards the goal line and start from scratch and just run away from people. And he's like, Jesus, I don't know, 6'3". Yeah, he's 6'3", 209. You know, it's so he's a little shorter than Evans, but a little faster. So yeah, he was my favorite player that I wanted for the Bucs in the first round.
Yeah,
I'm not.
They're showing some highlights of him right now about some dropped passes and stuff, and over in the chat room they're saying that he is faster, certainly, than Mike Evans, but his hands are not as good as Mike's, which is very interesting considering Mike's issues of last, not necessarily this last year, but the year before for sure. But they definitely say he has better yards after catch potential for them. So
yeah, but that's something Mike Evans actually said in the press conference this year, the one that he just had a couple of days ago, which I was so glad to hear about, because we haven't talked since those pressers hit, the Marpet presser, the Quan Alexander presser, and the Mike Evans press conference. And right. Mike Evans was like, what did you work on? Like, what do you need to work on? And he said yards after catch being explosive,
right? Which
is something that I have criticized him for on the podcast, and always gave him the caveat. Well, you know, he's like 6'4", 6'5", and he does a lot of catches like with his back to the defensive back. So looking for a place to land, a soft pitch on the grass, it really kind of due to injury, another business decision, I guess you'll say. Because if you're always fighting for extra yards and these guys are shooting at your knees and you can't even see them yet, I can understand that. But it's something that Mike Evans has been working on. I'm really excited to see it because the yardage that he gets now and the yards per catch that he gets now, he has like 0. I mean, you know, he has under 100 yards after the catch for the whole season for all the catches he has. And if he can extend those, he's going to have he'll become a superstar just by his numbers, and everyone will know him because his fantasy numbers are going to go way up just by yards because you get points for yards. So we'll see. I hope he stays healthy, but that was always been my one kind of like yes, I love Mike Evans, but yeah, I wish he would do this. And that was the only thing it was he would fight for yards after he caught the ball, and he said he's going to work on it. So we'll see.
So watching ESPN right now, you know, you said they weren't going to show any spoilers, but they just showed Jamal Adams in the green room picking up the phone. Now they say that the New York Jets pick is in. We haven't heard him yet of who it is, and it's the LA Chargers are up next after that. So not quite sure whose phone call that might have been. It certainly looked like a positive phone call that he was receiving there. So that was Jamal Adams. So we'll see if he is the one who the New York Jets are picking up. Certainly affects the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because we will be facing the Jets at home at Raymond James Stadium.
Raymond
James on November 12th. So a little bit later in the season, weather's turning a little bit colder, but the Jets certainly are used to the cold weather. You know, it'll feel like summer to them as they come down to Florida. So it'd be real interesting to pick. Do you think it could be Jamal Adams? Would that be a good pick for the Jets at this point? Any thoughts?
Yeah, he's probably the safest player left on the board. Might have been the safest player in the whole entire draft as far as like high ceiling. I don't really know how that saying goes, but basically the window for him to fail is extremely small. He does everything well. He comes from his dad played in the NFL. His mom ran track. Like he's basically been groomed for this to play in the NFL, and he's one of the best players in the draft. So yeah, he's a safety. It's one of those guys I was talking earlier. I was kind of thinking when we were talking about what the Titans were going to take. Like you could take a safety and plug him in for 10, 12 years and not worry about it. And that's a player in my head I was talking about is Jamal Adams. So
we got a little bit of breaking news. Sorry, want to jump in here. Ian Rappaport is tweeting that Cleveland is trying to trade for Kirk Cousins. He said, and he says this is real. Ian Rappaport. So, wow,
I like it.
Gosh, man, I don't know. Here's the thing. I really want I want the Browns to pick them their guy. I don't need them to go get somebody else's pick. I want them to get their guy. So I don't know. Let's find out what's going on. They certainly have a few draft picks that they could trade. They've got a plethora. So it'll be interesting to see.
And Washington doesn't know what to do with Cousins. Like next year, here's the pick. Here's the Jets pick.
Yeah, let's find out.
Now,
With the 6th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Jamal Adams.
There it is.
Defensive back, LSU.
Yeah, that's a great pick. I mean, the Jets have so many holes all over their roster, offense, defense. Like, pick a position, they have a hole there. They used to have a great offensive line, but, like, you know, they're retired, and Brickashaw Ferguson's like, I'm 30, I'm done. And, you know, some guys' knees just, like, went out. And so they they need help everywhere. I think Wilkerson's, like, probably their only, and I might not be getting that wrong, but they only, like, they got a D tackle that's pretty good. Besides that, like, it's there's nobody. So going with the safest pick is really good. But back to the Washington thing, Washington doesn't know what to do with Kirk Cousins. I mean, they keep signing him. Next year they can't sign him to a what do you call it when you sign him the 1 year deal?
The franchise.
The franchise.
Deal?
Yeah. They can't do that next year because they've done it twice in a row. They don't want to give him a big contract. That means that Jay Gruden, the head coach, is not in love with him because he's a coordinator. And I like it for Cleveland. They can get him. They're going to pay a price, but they got plenty of picks to get it. And you don't have to groom a guy. You got a guy that can start, and he's definitely a top half of the league quarterback. And he throws a nice deep ball. So, and Cleveland spent a lot of money shoring up that offensive line this year. Like, that's where they spent all their money in free agency. They let everybody go last year. They let a couple guys go this year, but they brought in, like, the top-notch offensive linemen at every position on the market and overpaid the shit out of them.
So do you want to bring in a guy like Cousins to be your quarterback when you've done that and you've invested so much in a quarterback that you don't necessarily have yet? Do you go? Well, you got to look at it like
they don't like any of the guys out there right now. They don't like Mahomes. They don't like Watson. They think that Cousins is better. Okay. And you know, it's a crapshoot with college quarterbacks. Let's face it. He's a proven commodity. I can understand where you're coming from. It's like, you know, I want a guy out of college just to be our guy and he'll grow with the organization. I get that. But as far as, you know, they're baseball guys. They're all analytical guys, and they run the analytics. And if Cousins their guy, then Cousins their guy. And I could make an argument either way for it. But I don't mind it. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that'd be the thing, is if the Browns are looking at the draft class of quarterbacks this year and they go, none of those are our guy. Right? Like, I mean, you know, unlike what the Chicago Bears apparently did with Trubinsky, if they say, listen, it's not Deshaun Watson, it's not any of these other guys, so maybe we'll look to next year's draft for the quarterback class. I don't know who's coming in the quarterback class for next year yet.
Or Trubisky was their guy.
Right.
And when Bears took him, that's when they started getting on the phone with Washington because that was their backup plan.
Well, but I mean, if that was the case, then would they not have taken him first? And you know, in the first round, you know, they must have had, you know, certainly Myles Garrett was their top guy. So, you know, I mean, and Chicago Bears, they don't pick again until a little bit later in the draft. So, you know, they had to have known he wasn't going to stay that long.
Well, we talked about that at the beginning. A lot of people thought Trubisky would be there at 12 for Cleveland. Some people thought he wouldn't. So, you know, that was the big thing about if Cleveland was going to take Myles Garrett or take Trubinsky. And they gambled on, well, I don't know if they gambled, but I'm sure they ran their numbers. And, you know, it's like, what's the difference between Trubisky and the next quarterback that we like, which obviously is now turning out to be, I forgot his name, guy from Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
And what's the gap between Myles Garrett and the other defensive end we like, or any other player in the draft? And it looks like the gap between Trubisky and Kirk Cousins they might even have Kirk Cousins over Trubisky, but giving all the draft picks they would have to give up to get Kirk Cousins might have pushed Trubisky's analytical numbers right close or over the top of Kirk Cousins.
Right. And hey, for whatever it's worth, just to jump back to this Jamal Adams pick that the Jets just made, Quan Alexander is very, very excited about that. Of course, that's another LSU. So that's two LSU guys going in the top six. Yeah. Forget top 10. That's top 6. So,
and that seems to happen a lot. Like, you wonder how bad of a coach like Les Miles really was, because he's had so many athletes just go like first round and top guys like year after year after year. I mean, Quan, he was a 4th rounder. You know, we're all pushing for him to be an All-Pro, and he just has these athletes, and they could never beat Alabama, basically.
There you go. Now, up next, Ren, and actually, I'm going to step off the mic here for just a moment, but I'm going to let you take it. We've got the LA Chargers coming up here next. Talk us through the Chargers and their pick, maybe who they might be looking at, and we'll see what might be a good pick for them as we head into really the first one that I'm super interested in, which is the Carolina pick coming up right here after the Chargers. Go ahead.
Heard that. Well, this is how I see it. The Chargers, I thought, like, Jamal Adams wasn't going to slide past this part. They lost Eric Weddle 2 years ago. They need help on defense. You can kind of mask, I guess, warts on the offense because of Phillip Rivers. Gordon, who had a terrible rookie year. Melvin Gordon had a terrible rookie year, but had a really good year this year. So they're kind of set at running back. I haven't heard anything really about their offensive line that's negative. They got a couple receivers, but that could use an upgrade. You could see a Mike Williams or a John Ross going here. But I'm still thinking safety. I heard Malik Hooker has been sliding down boards. Actually, Mike Mayock, the guy from NFL Network, mocked him to the Buccaneers at 19 last night. So it just makes too much sense for the Chargers not to take a safety. But now that Jamal Adams is off the board, is it Malik Hooker, or looking to trade back, or what's gonna happen there? Well, their pick is in, at least from on my TV. Their pick is in. It's gonna take a while to get them there. So yeah, maybe they could go cornerback. No cornerbacks have been taken so far, so you still got the best cornerback on the board. A lot of people think it's Lattimore, another Ohio State guy. Jackson from USC has been climbing up boards late today. You got the kid from LSU, who I'm getting his name. White, I believe his last name is. He's a big hitting safety or corner from LSU, not safety. So if you've listened to our podcast, you know that I'm not a huge saying, oh, all right, he's not there to turn it up. Here it is. I'm sure everyone's watching, but I'll tell you what it is anyway.
Let's go to the podium and now let's see what the LA Chargers
There we go.
With the 7th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Mike Williams, wide receiver, Clemson.
All right.
Yeah, that was about. Oh, you're back.
Yeah, I'm back. So Mike Evans. Mike Evans
been traded to the Los Angeles Chargers.
Mike Williams out of Clemson. They're showing pictures of him just after receiving the phone call. His family celebrating around him. So good for him coming out of Clemson. Little local team for me here. Yeah. So Mike Williams, you were just talking about a bunch of these different guys. I think this was one of the guys you were talking about.
Yeah, they need a receiver. They need another receiver, another weapon for Phillip Rivers before he goes off, rises into the sunset, and they've wasted his whole entire career there. He was without Corey Davis, and this is kind of like 1 and 1A with these guys. The only thing that would scare me off Mike Williams a while back was he actually broke his neck at one point and had to have surgery repaired. He's going to take a lot more hits to the NFL. So that's just kind of the reason why I put Corey Davis above this guy, but. Good catch the ball. Contested catcher will always fight for the ball. Goes up and get it at a tie point. Things that you need to be successful as an NFL wide receiver, he does well. I guess Brent left again.
No, I'm here. Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just talking to some of the guys over in the chat room, or catching up with what these guys are doing over there. But yeah, I don't know. It could be an interesting thing. Let me check. We don't play the Chargers this year at all, do we?
No.
Not at all.
Not that I can remember off the top of my head. I doubt it.
Yeah.
No, we're playing the NFC North and the AFC East.
Yeah. That's right.
And then we play one other team, and then of course the six games against our division.
Yeah. So this is not really going to be something that affects us too terribly much, for this year. Now, let me ask you. So we've just seen a pair of wide receivers go, at least so far in the draft. And as Carolina is picking, they've got about 5 minutes left to get their pick in. Of course, that's the first NFC South division team that'll be picking in this year's draft. A couple wide receivers. Let's talk about the wide receiver position for the Bucs just a little bit, Ren.
Sure.
What do you think the chances are? What do you think about our need at wide receiver? Is this something that we're going to be drafting? Are we looking at drafting a wide receiver? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely think wide receiver. And if you really look at it, the sweet spot's the second round. I think the Bucs are going to go wide receiver in the second round, kind of like no matter what. If you're going to address it, that's the round to address it, because now that these two are off the board, the only other receiver that's probably going to be drafted in round one is John Ross, and that could not necessarily happen. I've seen mocks where he fell out of the first round because of his medicals. He's always hurt. Mike Williams broke his neck, but he played. I mean, he got fixed and he played. John Ross is like pulling hamstrings. He had like 2 knee injuries. I think he had like an ankle surgery. Like I said, I talked about the hamstring. He pulled that after he ran the fastest 40 times the combine at 4.22. So he might fall out of the first round. So as far as the Bucs, like I said, they're going to take somebody, but I'd take somebody at 2, like Josh Reynolds, Zay Jones, Juju Smith-Schuster are some of the guys. A little bit later after that, I really like a Darius Stewart out of Alabama. He's a big physical guy, kind of like Mike Evans, but he does actually run after the catch. It's kind of like his thing that he hangs his hat on, where he gets the tough yards after the catch. So those would be names I'd be looking for in the second round. Because I've said in previous podcasts, Deshaun Jackson has a hard time staying healthy for a full year, and once he goes down, we're back in the same exact boat we were last year, where it's Martino and
right.
God, I don't even who's after that.
Right.
Panthers coming up.
Yeah, I was gonna say Panthers are coming up. So I want to come back to this actual topic because I've got something I want to talk about. But the Panthers pick is in. Gooddell is walking to the podium. He's not sure if he knows what he's going to say. Let's find out what he has to say.
Tomorrow
I'm going O.J.
night,
Howard.
we will be joined by Walter Payton, NFL Man of the Year award winners from around the league.
Or a tackle.
We salute these players for their excellence in community service as well as on the football field. More than being great players, they are great men and represent all that is great about the NFL. Tonight, to make the Panthers selection, we are honored to have with us the 2014 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, Thomas Davis.
How y'all doing? It's extremely an honor to be here and represent the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year. Cannot thank the NFL and Nationwide enough for allowing me to do this tonight. And with that said, with the 8th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers have selected Christian McCaffrey, wide receiver.
Well, there it is.
There he is. That's
All right.
one person I did not want in my division.
So there's Christian McCaffrey. All right, let's put a pin in that. We're definitely going to come back and talk about Christian McCaffrey, but I want to finish this conversation we were just having about wide receiver, because the big question there, obviously we signed Deshaun Jackson in the offseason. We've got Mike Evans. That's our number 1. That's our number 2. We love Adam Humphries. Yeah, somebody was talking about that earlier today on Twitter, and I don't remember exactly. It might have been Greg Allman or someone was saying the Bucs really seem to like Adam Humphries. So if we bring in another wide receiver, certainly we need depth. But are we real? What do we do with them if we get another wide receiver for the say a John Ross or somebody like that? What do you think?
I see. You're trying to say you might not be. It's kind of like a luxury pick at the second round where someone won't be starting.
Right.
Well, the receivers rotate out. If you ever watched a Bucs game, of course you have. But Mike Evans runs like 2 routes and he's tapping himself on the head to come out. The receiver's gonna play. Now a lot of those receivers played last year too, but Jameis didn't throw to him. But now with somebody like that, like a second rounder coming in. We'll have more talent. I'm not going to say Jameis trusts him more because Jameis will tell you he's going to trust everybody. But like I said, we're one injury away from being down to like Mike Evans and Cam Brate again. So I don't think it's a wasted pick. Hump plays in the slot, but if that gets upgraded, that's fine. Just because you're a tiny quick guy doesn't mean you that has to be the only person that can play the slot wide receiver. Like if you had Corey Davis, you could start switching up all these. You could have switched them up and made mismatch nightmares by switching Corey Davis into Deshaun Jackson. Deshaun Jackson can run out of the slot if he wants to. It's just easier to keep him on the edge where he's got less, traffic to run through. So I understand your point, thinking that it's kind of a luxury pick because it's not necessarily a starter because they have 3 wide receivers. But I think that it won't be a wasted pick because they will. Are you talking to me? Hello?
Sorry about that. No, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay, I kept getting you fading in and out. You're on a phone call. Yeah, so basically I was just saying that I can see your point about being a luxury pick, but whoever gets selected as a wide receiver is going to play a lot because they rotate those guys. It's not always those 3 guys in the field or those 2 guys in the field.
All right, so let's bring it to the current news. Obviously, the top 3 running backs in this draft were Leonard Fournette, Christian McCaffrey, Dalvin Cook. A lot of people have been saying that Dalvin Cook is going to be some people saying he could fall out of the first round altogether. Other people saying he's not even going to be available at 19 when the Bucs would pick. If he is there, he of those 3, he's the only one who is now left. What do you think the chances are of the Bucs picking up Dalvin Cook? Is it looking a little brighter at this point, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, obviously, once again, I'm not in the war room. Jason Light, I don't have a number and he doesn't call me. But the feeling of people in the know around the Tampa Bay area and the people that cover the Bucs are that they feel that if Cook's there at 19, it might be a better possibility that they pass on him and go somewhere else than taking Dalvin Cook. Now, if that's true or not, who knows? Obviously, there's a couple things holding him back. Once again, the medicals. He hasn't missed any games, but he has had 3 shoulder surgeries. And he has some character issues that's been going on since he was like a middle schooler or a teenager. It seems like every 2 years he kind of does something that he gets in trouble. And some of them were pretty bad. Not terrible as in Joe Mixon terrible, but I think it's been described as like he had a really good lawyer. Like that's why like some charges didn't stick or whatever. But that's here nor there. I'm not here to talk about the kid's character or his past, and not like anyone listens to me if he's gonna go down. But in the chat room, Jay Dakota was talking about Curtis Samuel out of Ohio State. He's like kind of a Christian McCaffrey light, which is something I could see the Bucs going because then you fill 2 needs with 1 player. He's mostly a wide receiver, but he can also take the ball out of the backfield and run. So that's something that I would be shocked if they took him over Dalvin Cook, but I could see the reason why they took him over Dalvin Cook.
I don't know. It could be interesting. I just don't see the Bucs going running back in the first round for sure. Maybe even this. I think when we did it with Riley, I said they'd probably take a running back maybe around the 4th round. And I think I said that with an extra pick that they would have picked up from trading down. And
that's right.
Yeah. And the guys over at Pewter Report actually on their latest episode of Pewter Nation, their podcast, they made some really good points about why they're not really going to be drafting. And a lot of it has to do with a guy named Doug Martin, who is still on our roster. And, they've said the whole time, they're not going to do anything with Doug Martin right now because they don't have to. Doug Martin is a free backup running back through the first 3 weeks of the season. They don't have to pay him a dime, a red cent. And even still, they can rework his contract if they do want to keep him around. If everything's good with him, like people keep saying that it is, that things should be good for him. So running back is not the greatest need that we have. certainly in this draft. And now I still think that if we wind up picking in the first round, which we could not, who knows? But if we pick, we're still going to go best player available. But I know there's a lot of Bucs fans out there. And if you're one of them, let's hear you. Call in or shoot us a message over here in the chat room. Let us know. Are you on the Dalvin Cook train, wanting the Bucs to really draft Dalvin Cook? Now, the pick is in for the Cincinnati Bengals, and the Buffalo Bills are currently on the clock with about 7 minutes to go. So we'll keep an eye on the podium here as we find out who the Bengals picked. It should be real interesting, though, Ren. Dalvin Cook is the only one of those three that's left. So
here we go.
To me, yeah, we'll have to see if he's left. So let's find out who the pick is for the Bengals.
For the Cincinnati Bengals, 9th overall. Let's go to the podium.
With the 9th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select John Ross.
They're all gone. They're all
Wow.
gone. And I was going to say that before, we were talking about Cincinnati's pick. They've just lost Sanu and somebody else last year, and Andy Dalton had no one to throw to. He had AJ Green, but he needs some help.
Right.
And but I didn't think John Ross was going to go this high.
Wow.
Now, does this push people up the board like Zay Jones and Juju Smith and Carlos Henderson, who's the guy I really want for the Bucs, by the way? As far as receivers, this draft has gone south. John Ross, a top 10 pick. What?
Right. There, yeah.
Will do it for you, baby.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw, but I saw earlier today, he had a thing with Deshaun Jackson. Apparently, he and Deshaun Jackson have been in a lot of contact here since college football season ended, and it was fun because on all the lower thirds that they had on the screen for Deshaun Jackson, it was Buccaneers wide receiver. But all the clips were of him in Eagles uniforms or Redskins uniforms. So, that just made me smile, seeing that. But
Chiefs traded up.
Oh, did they? Oh yeah, they did, over the Buffalo Bills. So we'll find out. So there's a big trade alert for anyone out there. Chiefs have traded up. Their pick is in, and nope, their pick is not in.
They traded from 27 up to 10. God, I wonder what that's going to be.
Yeah.
And what do they need? Are they going after Watson? Are they saying, Alex Smith, you're on your last leg? Not that Watson would start this year. Or are they going after Pat Mahomes?
I don't know. It'll be. I want to know what they had to give up, though, because that to me is one of the most impressive spots of a trade is what'd you have to get up to move up. And you said they went from 27.
27. They went up 17 spots.
Wow. Okay, so what are their biggest needs? Kansas City, what are their biggest needs? Running back, inside linebacker, QB is what Kuiper says.
Yeah, and they've got studs all over the field. I mean, Poe just left, but their defensive line still really isn't that bad. And quarterback, like I said, is Alex Smith. But would they move up this far to get quarterback?
Yeah, you want to know what they traded? It's Schefter just tweeted it. Kansas City traded the first round. They swapped first round picks, and they gave them a third round pick this year and their first round pick next year to move up.
Oh my God!
So they give up a third round this year and a first round next year to get this guy. So basically, they're using their first round pick next year to pick whoever they're about to pick right now. They're 2 first rounds and a third round pick to pick this guy, whoever it is, their names they're getting ready to call. So, quickly throw out 3 names. Who do you think it could be?
Jesus. Watson. God, it's got to be somebody who's a big playmaker that's left. I'm going to say it's a quarterback. That's who it has to be. They wouldn't go up that many spots just to get somebody else.
And their quarterback right now is
Alex Smith.
And I mean, he's not bad. Yeah,
no, exactly. He's not. He's not.
Yeah.
He doesn't push the ball down the field. He checks down a lot.
Yeah.
And it might have gotten to the point where there it is, 27th overall, third round pick, 91st overall, and next year's first round. Or Andy Reid might got to the point where, he's never going to learn. Or maybe he thinks that we can't get to the Super Bowl with this guy as their quarterback. It has to be a quarterback. You wouldn't move up 17 spots for anybody. There's no one else out there. Unless they want Dalvin Cook.
For everyone who's been saying Dalvin Cook is going to fall out of the first round, if this is what they traded to get Cook, oh my word. I don't know. It'll be real interesting. We're on a commercial break right now, so surely they'll.
Well, you got to see who they jumped in front of. So they jumped in front of the Saints.
Yeah.
Who's going to go defense?
Okay.
They jumped in front of the Browns, who we know is like after a quarterback per that tweet. They jumped in front of the Cardinals, who have been heavily linked to taking Mahomes out of Texas Tech to get Carson Palmer's. Get when he steps out. They'll have Mahomes slip right in. So that's who it is. It has to be. They jumped in front of two teams that need a quarterback or that are actively looking for a quarterback.
So is Deshaun Watson a day one starter for the Chiefs, you think, over Alex Smith?
No, not at all. Andy Reid just likes him, and he thinks he's the type of quarterback. And you know what? It might be Mahomes. It might be Patrick Mahomes. It might be Deshaun Kaiser, but I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. I think it's Watson.
Yeah.
Picks in.
Yeah, they're saying
they're still on a commercial, but yeah, picks in.
They're saying in the chat room that this was mostly to get up over the Browns.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, the Browns and the Cardinals, because they're both back to back, and they're both looking quarterback, heavily rumored to look. Well, we know the Browns are. As soon as Trubisky went off the board, they started calling Washington.
Right.
So, yeah, and the Cardinals have been heavily linked to Mahomes because the Cardinals just don't have. I mean, they know where they are as far as the draft, but they don't have a lot of holes. They really don't. Fitzgerald's coming back. They could have used wide receiver, but now that those three are gone, they're not taking a wide receiver. Yeah, it's got to be. I said I wouldn't bet my life on anything, and I'm not. But this is.
You're going Watson?
I'm in the 90% percentile that it's Deshaun Watson.
You think Deshaun Watson, and probably 99 percentile that it's a quarterback, even if it's not Watson?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. That's what I'm looking at. What do we got after this pick? The Saints.
Which certainly is a big one that we as Bucs fans are going to want to pay attention to. Come on, Gooddell.
Yeah. After the Saints pick, I'm gonna take a 5-minute breaky break.
No, that's fine. That's fine. We'll fill some time.
Maybe somebody will call you up and
yeah, you guys don't want to hear me ramble mindlessly for 5 minutes while Ren's not here. He's the guy who keeps the show going. I'm pushing the buttons over here. That's all.
Yeah,
I'm doing.
You guys call up and ramble together.
We'll say incoherent, incomplete sentences together. That'll be fun. Hey, while we're doing this, while we're waiting, shout out to everybody who is in the chat room. Like I've said several times so far, feel free to call in. The phone number 864-729-BUCKS. You can let us know. Let us know about this trade. I'm still personally kind of reeling from that John Lynch trade up at number 2. Because dang, that just got smacked. That was amazing. But fun to see some trades. I like trades. This, by the way, trades is why I don't do mock drafts. I find mock drafts completely pointless because you can never predict a trade.
Here we go.
You can't predict the trade. All right, let's find out who it is.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, it's up.
Here we go.
In the 2017 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Patrick Mahomes.
There you go.
Quarterback.
I can't believe Patrick Mahomes. What's that, top 10?
And John Gruden knows what John Gruden
going
knows.
on?
What
is going on?
Second in
Wow.
Texas.
First of all, somebody needs to focus their camera, but dang.
Boy, you want to talk about numbers?
What is going on?
Wow. Now, what are you doing if you're over in Deshaun Watson's camp right now? You're going, what? What, like, how much did Deshaun Watson's people, like, go, oh, they just traded up. They've got to be coming for me. They use that same logic that you did. Say, they're coming for me. They think Patrick Mahomes, the second, is their guy that they gave up their first-round pick and their first-round pick next year. I guess they didn't give up this when they used it. To pick this guy, like, wow.
Yeah. He is the second, this is going to sound ridiculous, but he's the second coming of Aaron Rodgers as far as, he's like a combination of Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre. Well, he'll thinks he can fit it in any window, but with Aaron Rodgers, he'll throw it like from his shoestrings. Like he'll throw it from his hip. He got so many different release angles. And there's a clip right here. He's showing it where he's throwing the ball 78 yards in the air. So he's standing like on the 35, on his 35, and he's throwing it into the end zone. This guy has an arm. But besides that, you're gonna have to like teach the recklessness out of him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but can he play like that in the NFL for very long? Is he going to be able to stand there and take what he's got to take in order to get those things down there? Because it'll be interesting.
But if anybody can do it, Andy Reid can. That's for sure.
Andy Reid's such a good coach. He really is.
He is.
Like,
he's
whatever
underrated.
Yeah, whatever happened between him and the Eagles a bunch of years ago, I don't know if he just needed a change of scenery or something happening with the Eagles. More in their front office type stuff, like whatever was going on. I honestly thought Andy Reid was done. I really did, but man, he's had a hell of a career in Kansas City.
Oh, you thought like he was out of coaching and wasn't going to do very well?
Yeah, I thought he was out of coaching when the Kansas City picked him up. I was like, well, he won't be there for a couple years. But no, he's done really well with them. So
yeah. And you were right. I don't know if you're right, but I agree with you. Like it was just time to move on, like the players aren't hearing the message anymore. You go to the NFC Championship game like 3 years in a row and you make the Super Bowl one time you lose. Like that's a lot of that's a lot of stuff to get over in 3 years. Like you've lost the game to go to the Super Bowl twice, or did you do it 4 years in a row? I think he did it 4 years in a row. So he lost the game to go to the Super Bowl three times and then lost the Super Bowl the fourth time. It's time to paint the walls and change the address book there.
All right. So New Orleans, they are on the clock with about 3 minutes and 45 seconds left as we're talking at this particular moment. They still have Drew Brees. The clock is definitely ticking on Drew Brees' career at this point, as we covered in our Peeking Over the Fence episode where we talked with a podcaster out of Saints territory. I don't know what you call them, Saints, fandom, fandom, whatever.
Under the dome.
Under the dome. The Domers. And they talked about it. They feel like Brees probably has at least another 2 or 3 years in him, and right off into the sunset. Certainly, they're looking for another Super Bowl before he goes. But I don't know.
Defense. It's got to be defense. I think
defense?
This is where that kid from Temple, who's been shooting up everybody's draft boards, lands. Like they need cornerback, safety, and linebacker help desperately, and I think this is the spot for him. Hassan Reddick, I believe his name is. Temple tough. Like he grew up like 15 minutes away from where they're holding the draft. He went to Temple, which is in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's basically, he just drove down the street to his local Applebee's for this draft. So, yeah. So I think the Saints go. He's the guy who's been flying up the board. Like, you know what? That's not. Now I think about it, that's probably not true. No cornerbacks have still been taken. Like they're all out there.
Yeah.
So.
Although, is this Deshaun Watson getting a phone call? Is that they were just showing Deshaun Watson's table, and they were picking up their phone. So
with the Saints,
yeah, that's exactly what they were just showing that, and they cut to commercial real quick. It was
if that happens, because I'm already at commercial. I'm on NFL Live. If that happens, I'm betting that's got to be a trade. There's no way the Saints are going QB in round one. No way. They need defense badly.
I'm not
trade.
saying that's what they said is going to happen. I'm just saying that what was on the TV was they were showing Deshaun Watson's table, saying he's still available, and they looked down and all of a sudden like two people they picked up his phone, and then they cut to commercial.
Just reporting the news here, folks. Still kill the messenger.
Right. So I'm not saying that's what they did. I just find that very interesting. That at that point, and I'm watching The Rock and Zac Efron in a trailer for Baywatch.
Oh, cool. No.
Which, I got to be honest, I'm kind of interested to see this movie. I think this could be one of those, they've taken everything that was wrong with Baywatch and turned it into a spoof. And the Rock can be really funny. He's got a great comedic timing, so it'd be real interested to see. to see what happens for that. So, man, I'm trying to fill it in. All right, so if it's Deshaun Watson,
Pick's in.
The pick is in.
Pick it in. So they didn't trade it. So I'm going. God, I'm going to go cornerback here. I'm saying they're taking Lattimore.
All right, chat room, let's hear you. Who do you think the Saints are picking? This is one of our division rivals. What do you guys have over there? Is it Lattimore? Is it Deshaun Watson? What do you guys think? Let us know. Leave a message over in the chat room, and we'll see what's going on.
No, it's not Deshaun Watson. Oh, that's right. You're going off because what you saw. It's not Deshaun Watson. If it's Deshaun Watson,
it could have been somebody texting him. Just saying, "Hey, what's up, bro? What's wrong with you? Why aren't they picking you yet?"
Yeah, exactly. I can't believe they think Mahomes is better than you.
Right. Yeah, it would have been that. I don't know. Can you imagine some of these guys like getting busted on? Like the further they fall down the draft and like their friends are calling them, we're like, "Oh, you suck. Nobody wants you."
Remember when Brady Quinn was like the only guy left in the green room?
Right. Well, I mean, you remember the look on Johnny Manziel's face before, like when he fell to number 21, before getting taken at 22 or 23 or whatever number it was. Like he was about to cry.
When Dallas
he was about to cry. He really was. Was that Mike Evans's draft? Was that his year? The year we got Mike Evans?
Johnny Football, yeah. Yes, it was.
Oh, yeah, because they came out together. That's right. They were on the same team. Let's hear. Over in the chat room, they are saying Watson. Someone says O.J. Howard. Someone says they also have their 32nd pick as well, which that's true. They traded with Patriots, right? Yeah, to get the 32nd pick. So
here we go. Up to the podium.
All right, here we go. Let's find out. Deshaun Watson, maybe?
Stop it.
With the 11th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the New Orleans select Marshawn Lattimore, defensive back, Ohio State.
All right. Well, there you go, Ren. Talk to us about it. You predicted that one. Nailed it, as some would say. Marshawn Lattimore, quarterback. This is the first cornerback taken in the NFL draft for 2017. This is a guy we're going to be seeing at least twice a year. Well, I guess just twice a year. He's a guy we should probably become pretty familiar with. What do you think?
It's a great pick for the Saints. It really is. It's a lot of people had him as a top 10 players at pick 11. Besides Jamal Adams, they had him as probably one of the safest players, the best corner, pretty much universally known, or they were universally panned. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Everyone thought, all the draft pundits thought he was the best cornerback. So it's not surprising. It's a good pick. It's a great fit for him. The Saints lucked into it that he was still there, honestly. So yeah, that's about it. So we'll see.
All right. Well, yeah, it'll be something. But you know who he's going to have to contend with is Mike Evans and Deshaun Jackson.
And Corey Davis.
Well, yeah, I ain't worried about him. He's on the Panthers. He's on the stinking Panthers. Who cares about that guy?
No, he's not on the Panthers.
No.
Who did Corey Davis end up going to? I forgot already.
It was the Panthers, right?
No, they got McCaffrey.
Oh, that's right. Corey Davis went to, I don't know. Who cares?
Titans.
I don't care. The Titans. Yeah, I don't care. See, look, I've already forgotten. You know why? Because they're not the Bucs. They're not the Bucs.
Right.
I don't care.
I don't care. Who cares?
I don't care.
Who cares?
We'll figure it out.
All right. Well, I'm going to set you up here, buddy. You got the Browns. They're obviously looking for a quarterback. It sounds like they're more interested in Kirk Cousins than they are Deshaun Watson, who's left there for him at 12.
Smoke screens.
What's that?
Smoke screen. Yeah.
It could be. Well, I don't know. You're going to have to discuss it because I'm leaving. I'll be
All right, head out. Yeah, well, Bucs fans, as Ren gets out of here, he's not going to know what I say here for the next few minutes as he takes his little break. I was saying smoke screens. It's interesting. who was that just a couple picks ago that traded up? You guys over in the chat room are gonna have to tell me because I can't keep track of all these people. The guys that just traded up, they took Mahomes. They jumped up ahead of the Browns, right? They jumped up there. They got ahead of the Browns to presumably take the guy that the Browns were looking at. So were the Browns looking at Mahomes? Were the Browns kind of maybe trying to throw some people off by talking about going to Cousins? Because if they don't, I could very much see them. Oh, the Browns trade their pick to the Texans. All right, the Browns weren't even looking here. Weren't even looking. Now, the Texans definitely need a quarterback. They absolutely need a quarterback. And, let's not forget the Browns actually, I think, still have the rights to Mr. Osweiler, so they've got him if they need him. But Deshaun Watson, I feel like that's who it's got to be. Houston doesn't have a thing, so it'll be real interesting. I want to see what the Browns pick up out of that trade. Let's hear. My notifications are way outdated. So we'll keep an eye out and see if we can't figure out what the Browns got out of that trading back. Certainly, Browns continuing to pick up more draft picks. Man, they better be building a good team. So let's find out exactly what's going on. Let's see here. A few people asking, could the Bucs really get OJ Howard? Here's the thing. I have said that tight end is what I believe to be probably our number one. I don't want to say need. That's not the right thing. I just think that's probably who we're going to wind up going with, because out of all of that, we have Cam Brate. And actually, I've got a question about that I want to ask Ren when he gets back. But we've got Cam Brate, we've got Luke Stalker, and that's it. So we need some depth there for sure. Even if you're going to still go with those guys, we need more depth there. So to me, it kind of feels like it'd be a tight end. However, I do think we'll trade back. I do believe we'll pick up a couple extra picks. If we can find a trade partner, and that's a big if we can find the trade partner. So should be real interested to see what happens. We've got about 2.5 minutes left to find out who the Texans are going to be taking with this trade. So. Should be pretty easy. I'm just checking to see if we know what's going on with the details on that. I do think they take Watson. I think that the Texans are going to take Deshaun Watson.
They jumped in front of the Cardinals just to take Watson.
Houston just traded up.
I like it. I like it. I just put the headphones back on.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what is going on? It's anarchy.
Yeah. So,
I'm with you. You're not talking to a caller, are you?
No, I'm not. No, I'm
okay,
filling time.
I'm
filling time
till
till my commentator gets back. It's got to be Deshaun Watson, right?
Okay, I'm sorry. One more time.
It's got to be Deshaun Watson. The Texans, who are a QB needy team, have to be coming up to get Deshaun Watson, right?
Yes.
Over the Cardinals, would the Cardinals be interested in Deshaun Watson? They have Carson Palmer. We talked about it. Is Carson Palmer really still their guy out in Arizona? What do we think?
He is their guy, but they would have a year or two to groom the guy who Mahomes was linked to him a lot. They would have a year or two to groom him. And let's face it, Carson Palmer is not exactly a scrambling quarterback, so he and their offensive line is kind of shaky. So they take a lot of hits. So Cleveland is gathering more draft picks, probably to package a deal to get Kirk Cousins.
Well, for whatever it's worth, the reports are coming in that it looks like what they did was they flip-flopped their picks here in the first round with the Texans and the Browns, and that the Texans gave up their first-round pick next year to make this trade. So Cleveland Browns picking up another first-round pick for next year is who they picked up for that. Well, while we wait on the pick is in. Ren, I want to bring you up to speed on a conversation that I was starting to have while you were gone.
Sorry.
Some people out on Twitter were asking, is it possible OJ Howard could fall to 19? And some people saying that we are not really a needy team at the tight end position, to which I have said, hey, here comes Gooddell. Let's find out exactly who the Texans picked.
Will it be another quarterback giving us 3 in the top 12?
with the 12th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft,
Deshaun Watson.
the Houston Texans select Deshaun Watson.
There it is.
There it is.
There it is. And I've got to believe, Ren, that phone call we saw Deshaun Watson taking was probably from the Texans calling him saying, hey, listen, or maybe even the Browns saying, hey, we're getting ready to take you unless somebody trades for us. Or the Texans calling saying, hey, we're getting ready to trade up and come get you. I really want to believe that was the phone call that we saw him getting before they cut to commercial break a few minutes ago.
I'm with you. I'll connect the dots with you there.
Yeah. And here's we can talk about Deshaun Watson all we want. Listen, Deshaun Watson's a great quarterback. Houston Texans needed a good quarterback. So there we go. Apparently they think this guy is going to be their guy. They gave up a first rounder, next year. To be able to do that. So, but I want to go back to actually a conversation we were having because it really matters for the Bucs as we get closer and closer to 19 right now. They were talking about tight end, and I believe it was actually Greg Allman who had said that we're not really a tight end needy team. But as I had said, I think that the Bucs for the first time in a long time are in a spot where there's not a single position on our team where we're so depleted and so devoid that we absolutely have to pick that position. So we could go with anyone, and we could go best player available. And I think that's if we wind up actually picking at 19, we're just going to go best player available outside of maybe like quarterback. We might not do that if that happens to be the best player available. And if that best player is O.J. Howard or Njoku or a tight end, then I think we go tight end. However, I might disagree. So we're not so needy at any position that we have to draft one, but at the same time, there's not a single position that couldn't use an upgrade.
Right. And we're thin at a couple spots too.
And to that point, I think one of the spots we are the top two spots that I think we are thin in the most are the safety position and the tight end position. And I just feel like the tight end position is going to be it. So Ren, I don't remember if this was actually before we went on air or if we talked about this up at the top of the show, but we were talking a little bit about Luke Stalker earlier tonight. And is Luke Stalker still, still this great tight end that people seem to feel comfortable with? And the only person we have right now is Cam Brate. And so I want to ask you the question about Cam Brate, and this might be like I don't know, like a taboo question, but is Cam Brate an elite tight end? Like, is he really a guy that we're gonna hang our hat on? As great as he's been these last couple of seasons, is he really that, or are we looking for somebody who is really going to go out and be just an elite person over top of all that?
I don't think Cam Brate's going anywhere. It's a little too early to call Cam Brate elite. He had a very good season last year, tied for the league lead in touchdowns from the tight end position. Obviously was looked for a lot near the red zone with Jameis Winston. He doesn't get a lot of separation, but he catches anything you get near him, you catch it.
And he led the league in touchdowns, right? Led the entire league in touchdowns among tight ends.
The tight end position they're looking to upgrade is Luke Stocker's position. The Luke Stocker, Alan Cross, H-back, half blocking back, half catching tight end. Neither of those guys are really quick enough to separate from anybody. They're not really quick enough to get down the seam either. Once Cam Brate got hurt during the Saints game, so for that game and a half, the tight end position brought in one catch for 2 yards. So basically, second half versus Saints in the whole Panthers game, it was one catch for 2 yards, but came out of the tight end position. So you saw when Cam Brate did go down that, the tight end need is a huge need. Plus, I'm also in the camp of running a two tight end set where you have two athletic tight ends that can get down the field and catch the ball, but they can also block. Then you don't have to do so many more things out of that set than you can a three wide receiver set.
Oh, you mean that set that we thought we had last year? The set that we thought we were going into the season with last year?
Exactly, with ASJ and Brate. So, you can run out of that and still have 7 guys blocking, almost like a max protection, but you don't have to bring in the extra tackle. You can throw out of that with the ability for Brate to get open and for the new tight end, Njoku / Howard, to get open. But I also think there's other guys later on in the draft that you can pick up that are overall better than Cameron Brate as far as catching the ball and can learn to be a better blocker than Brate is now. And that's Brate's one downside is it's like if you could put Stocker and Brate together, you get the tight end you're looking for. Stocker is a very good blocker, but can't separate. He'll catch the ball, but he can't get. By the time it takes him long to get downfield to make the reception worth any yardage, it's too late. And Brate is not the best. Put the hand in the dirt, drive somebody off the ball, run blocker. So I think that's what the Bucs are thinking, and be able to run all those combinations at a 2 tight end set. I mean, if you have the 2 tight end set with Cameron Brate, we'll just say Njoku, then you got Evans and not Howard, Deshaun Jackson. You could still run a 4 receiver, a very, very good 4 receiver pattern out of that, and leave the back in the backfield to pick up, so you have 6 blockers. So, and then, like I said, run the ball with 7 blockers in front of whoever the ball carrier is out of the 2 tight end set. So that's where I think people are thinking. And then automatically, when you say tight end, people are like, what are you talking about? We have Brate. And that's not who they're trying to replace. They're trying to replace Stocker. They're not trying to replace Brate. Right. Is how I see the argument for picking up a tight end in the first round or at all in this draft goes.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the wisest words to say there is it's too early to tell right now if Brate is going to be an elite tight end. He could turn into that. I don't know if he is that right now. But the fact that he led the league in touchdowns, that's I'm one of these guys. If you've listened to the show for any amount of time, you've heard me talk about stats, and yes, you can form them to say anything you want, but that's a number you can't deny. He led the league in touchdowns last year, and that's a pretty important thing. So that's a big plus, certainly on Cam Brate's. I don't think Cam Brate's going anywhere, but I certainly think that it would not surprise me to see that we find another Cam Brate-esque or better tight end, and that we could go with that here in the first round. So if that person exists, and that's not to throw any shade towards Cam Brate, because I think Cam Brate is phenomenal, and we're making Buccaneer Nation Brate again. Is that overused? Have we used that too many times?
It depends if you've heard it or not.
Yeah.
It never really caught fire, so it's still kind of fresh to some people.
It's fun. I saw people actually had hats that said "Make America Brate Again." But yeah, I don't know. So tight end. Now let's talk about, as we get a little bit closer, one position we haven't seen a lot of. I think it was just one so far that has been safety. That is another position. Probably it's the other position that I say we are lacking when it comes to depth around the Buccaneers. It looks like Arizona's pick is in, so we'll keep an eye out for Gooddell coming to the podium, and we'll interrupt. But what do you think about safety possibly coming to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at number 19?
Yeah, well, early on, I was. If you follow me on Twitter, I was a huge Obi Melifonwu fan when I saw him do his combine.
You just like saying his name.
What's that?
You just liked saying his name.
I practiced for a while.
It's a fun name to say.
Sound like a retard. Obi Melifonwu. Yeah, his size speed to weight ratio is just ridiculous, off the charts. He broke the record for safeties in the high jump and the broad jump, and he ran a 4.4 flat 40 at what is he, like 6'2"? No, he's 6'4". Is he 6? He's 6'4". 6'4", 220 pounds, running a 4.4 flat 40. He's just ridiculous. Safety needs an upgrade for sure, and Jason Light has hinted at that by saying things that Cardinals are up.
All right, we'll see if finally we turn to a defensive end of this draft here, as the commissioner,
I'm picking Jonathan Allen
at the podium.
With the 13th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Hassan Reddick.
Wow.
Linebacker, Temple.
There he is.
All right.
Yeah, I had that guy going a little earlier to somebody.
All right, so
the Bengals. I was saying he'd go to the Bengals.
So let's play a little 6 degrees of separation. I think I've got about 2 for him. So we have a Chinese foreign exchange student staying in our house this year. Her sister is a student at Temple where Hassan Reddick just came from, which makes Hassan Reddick and I absolutely nothing.
Oh, I have a Jewish friend that goes to Temple to pray. And
yeah.
I don't think Hassan Reddick is Jewish.
No. He might be. You never know. Do you watch
the
show Orange is the New Black on Netflix?
Not much of it.
No, there was one of the inmates. She was an African American lady that she converted to Judaism so she could get the kosher meals, which were like way better than any of the other food that was in there. And like she actually had to go through like she full on converted, like she did the whole thing. And it's been a fun storyline. So not anything to do with the draft right now at all. Let's get back to football. So Hassan Reddick going to the Arizona Cardinals. Now, we are going to face the Cardinals this year in a little bit of a redemption game from last year. So this is a guy that we're going to have to face. This could have been a guy that we would have taken. No, it wouldn't have been, because this is the position Levante plays, right? I was thinking of the other side. But yeah, anyway, we're going to face the Cardinals in week 6, October 15th at the Cardinals in Arizona. So we're definitely going to see this guy again. Talk to us a little bit more about Hassan Reddick, Ren.
He was just a guy that kind of came out of nowhere. He wasn't offered any scholarships. He walked on at Temple. He started out.
Wait. He was a walk-on?
Yeah, he was a walk-on at Temple.
So a walk-on comes on, and he winds up being the 13th pick in the NFL draft.
Yeah.
Wow, that's great.
And the position he's drafted for isn't even the position he's going to play. He was a hand-in-the-dirt defensive end, like a rushing defensive end at Temple. And then, obviously, but he's just too small weight-wise to play that in the NFL. So they moved him to linebacker during the Senior Bowl, and he outshined everybody. Then he had an awesome combine, an awesome pro day, and that was it. It was like, he's just a smart kid, and he's one of those guys where, like, he's a football player. It doesn't really matter where you put him on the field. You just got to get him on the field, and he's going to make plays for you. So smart kid, great football IQ. You can actually use him since he has all that experience of putting his hand in the ground and rushing the passer. You could bring him off the edge in a 4-3 defense, or excuse me, like a 3-4 defense. Mm-hmm. So yeah, he's versatile, and he's one of those guys, like I was talking about earlier, that he's really flown up the draft board, where he was kind of like a niche. Oh, Hassan Reddick, he might go like in the second round, and then by the time the draft rolls around, here he is in the top 15.
Yeah. So up right now, Philadelphia Eagles, they have about 2 minutes and 45 seconds left to get their pick in. Now the Eagles, this is a team that Bucs fans have a little bit of history with. I love it every time the Tampa Bay Buccaneers go play the Eagles. I really do.
Yeah, we always beat them for some reason.
Yeah,
badly.
Yeah, and Jameis was up there. He's a Philadelphia Eagles fan from his childhood, which you can't fault somebody for being a fan of a team in their childhood and then growing up and playing for a different team, like and still kind of getting the willies for this is the team I always liked. So, Philadelphia Eagles. So. Who are the Eagles taking? Are they taking somebody that you think the Bucs could really be looking at? Like what should we be on the lookout for here?
Yeah, this is the first actual, if you're a Dalvin Cook fan, this is the first big scare. They need a running back. Yeah. They also need a second wide receiver. They need a little offensive line help. They really don't have a lot. Their cupboard's pretty bare, but this is the first big scare. If you're a Dalvin Cook fan wanting to go to Tampa, this is one of the teams he has to get by.
Right, and their pick is in, so we'll see here in just a few minutes if Dalvin Cook is still going to be on the board or if it's somebody else. So, yeah, it could be very interesting. So, Bucs fans, brace yourselves. I
could also see him going Jonathan Allen, the DT defensive end out of Alabama, simply because he's like the best player left on the board here. And you build teams, as most of us know, from the inside out. So if they're not high.
Uh-oh. We lost Ren there. Ren, you'll have to come back to us here in just a minute. I think we just had a little technical difficulty there. So, yeah, Philadelphia Eagles. This is the one where
I'm back.
Oh, there you are. Yeah, this is the one where we got to get past Cook, and I'm kind of seeing Derek over at What the Buck is like. Can the Eagles just go ahead and get their pick out of the way? And Greg Allman reports that it sounded like the Bucs were trying to trade with the Eagles. So maybe they were actually trying to trade up. As Greg Allman is reporting, apparently that was an unsuccessful trade.
Successful venture.
Yeah. So
I wonder who they might have went up and wanted to get Allen, or maybe they're a big OJ Howard fan.
Yeah,
OJ Howard.
I don't know. But hey, on ESPN right now, there are two Tampa Bay Buccaneer fans, both wearing Jameis Winston jerseys, sitting right behind a couple of Eagles fans. So, looks like here they come. Let's find out.
This is going to take a while.
Gooddell's got an entourage coming with him here.
Oh, it's in Philly.
Oh, that's a good point.
Joining us for the Eagles selection are members of the Martin Luther King High School football team from here in Philadelphia. The team merged 4 years ago with rival Germantown High School and has become one of the top programs in the area. Coach Dunn, congratulations to you and your team. Okay, with the 14th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Derek Barnett, Tennessee.
Wow.
The Eagles fans are sitting there shaking their head going, no. There's some Eagle fans. Some of them are like, yeah, okay, let's go. Others are like, no, this is why would they have picked that? That's horrible. Why?
There's got to be bad medicals out on Jonathan Allen. I mean, it's known that he has two arthritic shoulders, but it's not something that's going to affect him until like his mid 30s, maybe even early 40s.
Mm-hmm.
So because the only other guy ever that was even mentioned as a number 1 overall pick was Jonathan Allen, and he's still on the board at pick 15.
Yeah, I don't know. And here's what I'm going to say. Let's hear. That was pick number 14. So we got 15, 16, 17, 18. We've got 4 picks left to get to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers pick. That is if we don't trade back or if we don't trade up. So I'm going to go ahead and throw this out to everybody who's in the chat room. Guys, give us a call. How you feeling? We're getting really close. Really, really close to the pick right now. How you feeling? Is Dalvin Cook still going to be there? We're not quite out of 15 yet. The Colts are up right now. Yeah, how you
What's
feeling?
the number?
The number is 864-729-BUCKS. That's 864-729-2827. Call and let us know. Talk with us. Share your opinions on what's going on. Certainly, you could try waiting until after the pick comes in. There may be multiple people trying to call in at that point, though. So, and you can always call back later. You don't have to just call once. You can call twice. That's fine. Don't call 3 times, though, because we'll block you out. No, I'm just joking. We won't do that at all. So the Colts are on the clock now, Ren, with about 5 minutes left. And you got to wonder if, I don't think the Bucs would have been trying to trade up to get Barnett there. So, was that all smoke screens? Was that all, are they worried about somebody else taking who could they really be trying to go up and get Cook? Is that really who they're looking at? I think that's the guy that a lot of people are still, he's the one for me that I don't think we're going to take him, but I'm kind of interested to see if we're going to take him.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Like with all the hype that Bucs fans have had around Cook, I kind of want to see if we're going to take him or not, even though I don't think we're going to take him. But Greg Allman still says that there's we have Cook available, talking about Howard is available, Allen is available, safety, Hooker, he is still available.
Malik Hooker?
Yeah, Malik Hooker. So, Ren, why don't we start talking about people who are left right now? I'm not so worried about the Colts or anybody else picking before us. I don't care what it means for their team. Who's left out there that the Bucs could be looking at right now?
I have pizza in my mouth.
Pepperoni, sausage,
yeah, of course,
ham and pineapple.
Pepperoni. Well, once again, this is another team that if you're a Dalvin Cook fan, that has to get by is the Colts. And I'm with you. You're talking about the Dalvin Cook thing. Like, I just want him to get off the board. Like, I just want somebody to pick him so we can just stop talking.
So we can move on.
Because the Dalvin Cook saturation, especially down here in the Tampa Bay area, I'm just done with it and over with it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I don't even mind if they do take him. I just want him to get drafted so I can quit talking about him.
Right.
Like I said with Jonathan Allen, I'm surprised he's here. But oddly enough, when I've heard like people actually do like a live draft, like, hey, we're gonna do a live mock round 1 draft, this is kind of where he started to go, and everyone would go, I can't believe like Jonathan Allen's still on the board, and then they take somebody else. Can't believe Jonathan Allen's still on the board, and they take somebody else. So this is kind of where he started to go. It started to went. He's a defensive end, like I said, University of Alabama. He was the only guy that was even considered as a number 1 overall, but maybe people are getting scared off by his medicals, like I talked about earlier. He has arthritis in both of his shoulders. But a hell of a player, especially at this point. Malik Hooker, the safety out of Ohio State, he's widely considered the best like center fielder safety, an Ed Reed type safety who just kind of roams the back. When you throw the ball up, he just goes and chases it down, no matter what side of the field you throw it at. He just plays like a single high, and when the ball's in the air, he goes and gets it. Have always been looking at cornerback in the first round because we talked about how the nickel defense is really the new base defense in the NFL. So you need like 3 top flight corners.
Right.
It'd be easy to upgrade from Jude or Judah Jibarima or Javian Elliott. Those are both undrafted free agents. So first round draft pick should be able to knock them out. I know there's Ryan Smith, who we drafted last year, who was a corner in college, and they moved him to safety, and they moved him back to corner, but he's a 5th rounder. But I know they're high on him, so I'm still looking at the cornerback. Humphreys out of Alabama, another guy out of LSU. I think I said that earlier. Conley out of Ohio State as well. Another top corner out there. OJ Howard.
Yeah.
I think the first mock draft I ever saw during this mock draft season was OJ Howard to the Bucs, and I laughed my butt off until I started to think about it. And I think that was like one of the topics of my first ever when I became the official co-host. It came on the show. That was something we talked about.
Yeah.
Was that's really not such a dumb idea after all. 'Cause everyone was thinking, go ahead.
No, yeah, because it's one of those. The first thing you go, haha, no way. Well, wait a minute. Actually, it's very normal. Mel Kiper's best available right now. Jonathan Allen, O.J. Howard, Reuben Foster, Malik Hooker, and Charles Harris are his top 5
Foster's
BPAs right now. Yeah. So,
oh my God, Reuben Foster's still on the board, so he's probably going to be gone. This is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Allen and Reuben Foster will be off the board for sure for 19.
Okay.
So we'll say that's 15, 16. So not only is 17, 18, it only takes 2 more. You can probably throw O.J. Howard in there. Oh, he's up the podium.
Here we go.
With the 15th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Malik Hooker.
There he is.
Defensive back, Ohio State.
Well, there it is, Malik Hooker.
All right. So Malik Hooker is off the board. Hey, just a little note. Robert Ayers Jr. tweeting, congratulations to Barnett. He's calling it now that he will be the defensive rookie of the year. Said it's a great fit. Eat, big dog, eat. So a little
That's
love.
That's just a Tennessee thing.
Yeah.
It's like Quan and LSU guys.
Sure.
Yeah, Ayers a Tennessee guy. So, yeah, defensive rookie of the year, I doubt it. So I know an interesting name that's still on the board that no one's really talked about is that kid with the attitude problem from Michigan State.
The one who said he stopped listening to his coaches?
Yeah, Malik McDowell. People think he's a top 10 talent, and then when you kind of put his intangibles in there, it drops him down the board. So you got Jonathan Allen still out there. So we got 16, 17, 18.
Mm-hmm.
We got 3 picks. We got Jonathan Allen, O.J. Howard, Reuben Foster, who we don't need, but I think is going to be an excellent pro.
Right.
Hooker's out there. The cornerbacks are out there. Njoku is going to come to us probably no matter what. If that's who they want, he's going to be there.
Right.
I can't. So who else has been linked to us? Cook's there.
Yeah.
And we're going to get a really good player. It just might not be the one we're thinking. I mean,
right.
I wouldn't blame the Bucs. They took Jonathan Allen at 19.
Right.
We always need edge presence. We always thought he'd be gone. So, they're mocking like Derek Willis from Kansas State to us and Chris Harris from Missouri to us. But Jonathan Allen's still out there. Like, who knows? Yeah. It's getting interesting.
It'll be something. Now, here's the thing. For the record, because people are talking about it over in the chat room, I want to say hello to the new people who have joined us in the chat room. Welcome to the show. I am personally saying that when the Bucs pick, they're going to be taking best player available, whomever that is. So let's say Jonathan Allen is fallen and Dalvin Cook is still there. We could actually just take Allen because he's still available. It's possible. I'm not saying that's what we'll do. I'm just saying I think we're going to pick best player available regardless of whenever we pick. That's who we're going to say. However, I still think that we're probably going to be trading down if we can find a trading partner out of the 19 spot. So that's just my prediction. That's what I think. And I've been beating that drum for a couple of weeks now. So, Ren, how about you? What do you, if you had to pick what the Bucs are going to do with this spot, what are you thinking?
Now, I think they're, I don't think there's any way in hell they trade down. There's too many players there that they didn't expect to be there, or maybe they did. Who knows? Let's say I didn't expect to be there. I don't think they trade down at all. I think they're in a nice spot. Before the draft went, like obviously I didn't think Mahomes was going to go early. I didn't think, I didn't think Corey Davis was going to go so high. I didn't think Watson was going to go so high. I didn't think Ross was going to go so high. So these are pushing all these players down to the Bucs. Barnett, I didn't think was going to go that high. So, yeah, I think they're going to stay right where they're at. I wouldn't mind if they trade down, but I think the for what the Bucs have on their big board, when it's their pick, they're going to have somebody that they think is a top 10, top 15 player just sitting there for them, and I think they're going to pull the trigger. That's what I think is going to happen.
Fair enough. Well, we'll see. We only have really a few minutes left, and by a few minutes, we could mean like half hour, depending on how.
Like the last 5 minutes of a basketball game,
right? Or the last 5 minutes of a football game. I guess that's more of an hour. So we have that in there. Let's hear. What do we need to talk about as far as the Bucs are concerned? We've talked about tight end. We've talked a little bit about running back. We've talked about our safety position. Let's talk about people we know they're not going to be drafting, or at least positions we know they're not going to be drafting.
Cornerback and linebacker, but I don't know if that's true anymore if Reuben Foster's there at 19.
Kicker.
Besides kicker set. Punter, yeah. Special teams are all set. Long snapper, punter, kicker's all set. That's really about it, Wide receiver, I think they're going to get, but not tonight. Safety, I can see coming tonight. We didn't even talk when I named all the players like there were still going to could be left there at 19. I didn't even say Budda Baker.
Right.
And he's a top 10 player on almost everybody's draft board. I've heard things where if they rated him as a corner instead of a safety, he'd be the third best corner. The only thing that's is keeping him down is, or not making him already off the board, I guess, being rated higher on other people's boards, is the only 5'10", but we just drafted a 5'10" cornerback, and we have another 5'10" cornerback on the other side who had a fantastic year in Brent Grimes. So
now Brent Grimes, so he's in the last year of his contract coming into this year.
Right.
And obviously it's way too early to tell, but if you kind of looking in your crystal ball and looking down, is this going to be it for Brent Grimes? Do you think he's going to, is he going to try to continue to play, maybe go to another team? Are we going to try to keep him around? As a lot of people are saying, another person whose contract is up this year is Robert Ayers. And a lot of people are saying this could just be it for him. Like, he could be looking at retiring at the end of this year. What are we thinking about Brent Grimes as far as that goes?
Well, it all depends on when his skills leave him. If he has another year like he did last year, I could see him sticking around, like, not necessarily with the Bucs, but trying to get another 1 or 2 year contract. Ravens are up.
Uh-oh.
For Baltimore's pick, I'm joined by TJ Owanabe from Laurel, Maryland, who is participating in the Make-A-Wish program.
Oh, so cool. That's really cool.
They're just giving you a chance. Let them acknowledge you, okay? I'm going to finish up. TJ is 14 years old. He's a cancer survivor. He loves to play football and watches Ravens. Okay, TJ, it's time to make your dream come true.
With the 16th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Marlon Humphrey, defensive back from Alabama.
All right, so before we get into talking about Marlon Humphrey, can we just talk about this right here? Here's a kid who is getting his Make-A-Wish from Make-A-Wish Foundation fulfilled by being able to go out and announce the pick for his team. How cool is that? That's pretty awesome. I like seeing that.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, how can you be mad at that or even say anything negative about that? And I'm pretty sure that the Bucs are doing the same thing. I think I saw a tweet about that a couple of days ago.
Oh, with a Make-A-Wish person?
Wow.
That
it's going to be someone, some youngster up there for the Buccaneers. Now, don't quote me on that, and it might not be first round, but I definitely saw. I didn't really read it, but the gist was he's going to get to announce a pick at the draft. So,
that's really. I obviously I've never had to be in that situation, and I hate that any child has to be in that sort of a situation. But I just never would. I would have never thought or dreamt to have my wish be to get to call out the pick for my NFL team. But now that I know it, it absolutely makes sense, and it might be one that I would at least consider. If I get to go do that. So.
If I was 8 to 12 to 14 years old, that'd be super high. Once, like you said, once you knew that could be a possibility,
yeah,
that'd be a huge consideration. Like, that'd be top. When I read it, it probably would shoot to the top of my list right away. But then I'd have to read all the other things that I possibly could do as well.
Right. So, well, we certainly wish that kid, best wishes in his recovery. I think they were saying he is a cancer survivor. So glad to hear that. At least it sounds like that's on the positive side, and prayers and thoughts and vibes go out to that young man for a nice, long, healthy life. And whatever he gets to do moving forward. So Humphrey, quarterback, is now off the board. Washington has 3 minutes or so to get their pick in. Cornerback is gone. We were just talking about potentially adding another cornerback to the roster. Is there another first round cornerback that you might think the Bucs might be looking at, or are we really looking at a different position right now?
Well, it all depends on who you like. Like, the knock against Humphrey, who just went, was he's like the perfect cornerback, but he has problems finding the ball in the air. Okay. So basically, when he's not watching the ball and he turns around to look for it, he's pretty poor at like picking it out and seeing it. There's a kid there, and he has a goofy name. I want to say he's from Colorado, a cornerback. He has a name like Judah J. Barima. So I've seen him mocked. I think Daniel Jeremiah was the only person to ever mock a cornerback to the Bucs, and it was him. You still got that kid from USC, who's also a punt and kick returner, that Peter Report mocked to the Bucs as a first-round pick at cornerback. And the kid from LSU. I'm sorry, I'm kind of blanking on these names. And the kid from LSU, who I know is there as well. So I think all three of those guys I just named are there. So yeah, if the Bucs are high on somebody, they almost got like the pick of the litter. And look at this, O.J. Howard is still on the board.
Yeah, who would have ever thought that? Now, a lot of people, I mean, I don't know, because I heard O.J. Howard's name tied to the Bucs, saying the Bucs would be able to take him, which, you know, meant at some level that he would, I hate to use the word fall, but that he would at least still be available as they come down. And I am looking through Twitter here and seeing several people saying that Howard is their guy, that is the guy that they would like to see. Somebody is spoiling that the Redskins might be taking Jonathan Allen. Andy Slater is the guy. Looks like they might be spoiling that. So
that makes sense. They just lost Baker.
Yeah.
They lost their best defensive lineman, so it makes they're probably tickled pink. If that's true, they're probably super tickled pink that he just fell to him. That could be like a Warren Sapp thing that happened to us in what was that, 90? I don't know what year it was when Sapp fell.
96, I think it was, wasn't it?
I don't know. I almost said 99, but I don't think that's it.
No.
So that makes the most sense. They need help on defense. They definitely need help on defensive line. Swaggy was their best defensive lineman last year, and they just let him walk out the door. So, yeah, that makes all the sense in the world. I'm with it. I like it.
Yeah, and I'm okay with it, especially because I don't think Allen is a guy. I don't think that's a spot that we were really looking for, you know. And again, if he was the best player available at the time that 19 came up and we didn't trade out of that, then I am a big proponent right now of BPA. So
yeah, I mean, I think if a lot of people thought that he would have been available at, around this area, there would have been a lot more talk about him around. We're talking about Jonathan Allen around Bucs fandom, but he's been a top 10 pick in like everyone's draft until, like I said, I heard those live drafts just this past week. And once again, he's the only other player that was mocked as overall number one. And he's not officially off. Excuse me. Sorry, everybody. He's not officially off the board yet. I like the Redskins pick. It makes sense to me. But, like I said, it's not official.
So,
and once again, 2 picks away, and O.J. Howard's still on the board.
Well, no, I was going to say, let's put this into perspective. So Washington is picking number 17, which means there's one more pick to go before the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select. Just one. And Cook and Howard are both still on the board, which means that the Bucs could be getting either one of those two guys or somebody else altogether. Who knows? But those certainly, I think, are the 2 top names that are connected with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers right now, O.J. Howard or Dalvin Cook. Now, we've talked a lot about Cook. A lot of people have been talking a lot about Cook. Let's talk about O.J. Howard and just kind of get a little refresher on him. And Ren, you certainly know your stuff with them. So have at it. Give us just a refresher on O.J. Howard.
Sure. Like I said, he was the first mock draft I ever saw. O.J. Howard was linked to the Bucs, and I laughed about it. And then I thought about it. Well, that's not really a dumb idea. We've gone over those reasons already. Why it's at very least we need a backup for Cameron Brate, if not an upgrade, but definitely need an upgrade for the Luke Stocker H-back / tight end position. And he's the best in the group. He's one of those players that we talked about, like Jamal Adams earlier, where he's a very safe player. Checks all the boxes. He's coachable, and he's also the best all-around tight end. First off, he's huge. He's big. He's fast. but he can block because he played in Alabama's run game offense and has been blocking for the Crimson Tide for 2-3 years now. And he comes up big in the big games. Oh, Redskins are up.
Yep, let's see. Let's see if the spoilers are right that it was Jonathan Allen.
Let's see.
With the 17th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the Washington Redskins select Jonathan Allen.
There it is.
Defensive end, Alabama.
All right, so the spoilers are right. So Bucs fans, it does look like if the Bucs do intend to stay at number 19, we will at least have a choice of either O.J. Howard or Dalvin Cook, or possibly both. Now, Ren, before they come on, you were just reminding us a little bit about O.J. Howard. I'll let you continue with that.
Yeah, I was saying he always shows up in the big game. He had 2 long touchdown passes in the past 2 national championship games against Clemson. They were both over 50 yards. No one could really catch him. He's just super safe, solid. Like I told, a super safe, solid player. Like I was talking about with Jamal Adams. Like, you draft him as a tight end, and you don't even think about, barring injury, you don't even think about the position again for another 12 years. And he's probably going to make 2 or 3 Pro Bowls at one point in that stretch. So, yeah, he's the best of his position group, and he's one of the best players in the draft. With all these people reaching for needs, like I think the Bengals did for John Ross, and obviously who traded up and got Mahomes. The Texans went up and got Watson. The Chiefs went up and got Mahomes. They're dropping these players down to us.
So let's sorry to interrupt, but just because I think it's pertinent to what we're doing. So Tennessee is on the clock right now. Who do you think Tennessee could be looking at right now with their second pick in the first round? Are they looking at one of our guys, or are they looking somewhere completely different?
They're not looking at Dalvin Cook. They've got a great 1-2 running back combo there with Travis Henry and DeMarco Murray. But O.J. Howard's a real possibility. But Reuben Foster's sitting there too, who I can't believe is still there. It might be character issues with that guy, why he's still there. He did get sent home from the combine. I believe that was him. Tennessee could be seriously looking at O.J. Howard. We talked about Tennessee earlier, how I think that they need to surround Mariota with weapons. Howard's probably the best person on the board, on everyone's big board right now. So it would not surprise me at all. I don't really know a lot about what they are defensively. They just kind of seem like middle of the road. Probably how other teams doesn't really know us about us defensively.
Right.
They know who Gerald McCoy is, but they really don't know who Levante David is. They definitely don't know who Quan is. They don't know who Brent Grimes is. They might know who Vernon Hargreaves is because he was such a high pick last year, but they probably didn't hear anything about him last year because he didn't really do anything to make a national stage, and he didn't win like Defensive Rookie of the Week or anything like that I can remember. So, that's kind of how I feel about Tennessee's defense. I'm sure they have some good players, and there's some players the fans like a lot that are on that team. So I'm not really sure what they need. They didn't stick out as being poor as far as, stopping the run and pressuring the quarterback. They didn't stick out as being poor as stopping the pass. So they could go defense because this is these defensive players have to start coming off the board at some time.
Right.
But if I was a Tennessee fan, I'd be looking at O.J. Howard and crossing my fingers right now, as in like this is the guy I want.
So if I can spoil it, can I spoil it?
Sure.
Can I spoil it? So it is currently being reported.
You're not spoiling us, are you?
Yeah. Do what?
You're spoiling the pick. Not
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
Buccaneers pick.
No. I'm spoiling this pick, the Tennessee pick.
Okay.
Well, let me just put it this way. It is being reported that they have taken neither O.J. Howard or Dalvin Cook or anybody that we have really talked about tonight, Ren. So looks like the Bucs, if that holds true, which it did with Jonathan Allen, if that holds true, then Tampa Bay really has a pretty big pick. And I'm looking through Twitter right now, and Bucs fans seem pretty divided. A lot of people pulling for Howard right now, actually. Not a lot of people out there talking about Cook. In fact, a lot of people saying, You got to take if they take Cook over Howard, they're jumping ship or whatever. No, they're not. A lot of people looks like they're pulling for OJ Howard. So it'll be real interesting to see what happens.
Can I give a guess? Oh, here he's up at the podium.
Who do you think it is? Real quick.
Guard. It's an offensive lineman, Lamb.
That is not who was predicted or spoiled.
With the 18th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft.
Oh, yeah.
The Tennessee Titans select Adoree Jackson.
There it is.
Defensive back, USC.
Yeah, that was the guy that Peter Report had. I just didn't remember his name. I said the cornerback from USC. That's the guy that Peter Report had mocked them at their 1 picks. So
had mocked to Tennessee, you mean?
No, had them mocked to the Buccaneers.
Oh, to the Bucs. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was Peter Report's. Well, at least Scott Reynolds. Pick for the
Rick Stroud just tweeted Bucs select tight end OJ Howard with the 19th overall pick.
Why did you just ruin that for me?
I didn't. No. I don't know that I don't think that that's a spoiler. I think that's a person saying this is what's going on. I don't think that's who that is. I might be wrong. I don't think that. I think they're just saying, because there's lots of people that are. Some people are still saying it's Cook. Yeah, there's one person said they just picked Cook. Bucs on the clock.
Yeah. Yeah, but Rick Stroud doesn't play those games. He's like Allman. He's a newspaper.
No, you think so? Do you have they already picked? I guess it does say the pick is in.
Yep.
Do you think that's who that is? Do you think that's okay? So let me ask you. Oh, well, I apologize. My fault.
It looks like they ran to the podium. This guy's not even down the stairs yet. Like, oh, here we go.
So is that legit? What do you think?
I would think so. It's a need position for the Buccaneers. He's the best one in the draft. The guy fell to him. He's almost like a can't-miss prospect. Basically, we're just replacing Austin Severius Jenkins with a guy who's just better character and a better blocker. But the hands and the speed and all that's the same. This is ASJ 2.0, the new and improved version, if it is OJ Howard. And if it is, I must apologize to whoever draft I read like 18 months ago, it feels like, that I laughed at. Because, I would be extremely happy. Everybody jumped on the OJ Howard train once people, started thinking about it, but then they started seeing mock draft after mock draft after mock draft after mock draft that he wasn't going to be available. So everybody just quit thinking about him and trying to move on to somebody else. Okay, well, who will be there then? So yeah, if this is the pick, I'll be real happy. This would be the guy besides Corey Davis that I would have wanted. I think once again it's going to be back kind of to like the I already said it. It's just some guy you plug in, and kind of like Paul Gruber back in the day. Like, Paul Gruber, that's not very sexy. Yeah, but he played 12 years and never missed a game, gave up 4 sacks his whole career. Like, yeah, you can't make better draft picks than that. And that's kind of what I'm predicting for OJ Howard, if it's him. Right.
So the TV has gone to commercial. So even though the pick is in, I don't know if I can say a whole lot here. But the pick is in, so they'll be as soon as they get back off of commercial break. So while this is happening, I want to say welcome. Whoa, our chat room has just blown up with a bunch of new listeners. So welcome to everybody who has just jumped into the chat room. I do want to let you guys know that the phone lines are open. Although I'm actually going to shut it down right now until Gooddell actually comes to the podium and that's shown on TV. I'm going to shut it down because we're going to want to have that audio, and we're going to want to be able to actually listen to that. So as soon as that happens, you guys want to call in and talk about the pick, whether it's OJ Howard, who it seems like it might be, or possibly someone else, but doubt it. You guys call in, let us know. What do you think? Ren, we've certainly been talking about OJ Howard, it seems like, for the last half hour or so. So, for longer than that.
He kept slipping. So you guys can do that. That number, I'm going to put it up in the chat room right now. It's 864-729-BUCS. That's 864-729-2827. That'll get you in here to the Pewtercast line. But let me turn that off real quick, just so I don't accidentally have somebody call in just a little bit earlier. But would love to be able to talk to you guys and see how the first round has gone so far. Now, I suppose, Ren, the big question
is what do the Bucs do from here on out? Are we done in the first round? Do we try to trade back in? Are we, what do you see happening with the rest of the first round for the Bucs?
I could see, you like that? How you like that analytics? I could see the Bucs trading back to the first round. I know Jason Light wasn't the GM, but they did it the year Doug Martin was drafted. They traded back in and got Doug Martin. You've seen Jason Light trade back up into the second round 2 years in a row. One got Ali Marpet, of course. Second one a little more infamous. They went and got Aguayo. So going back to the first round is not out of the realm of possibility. Since he didn't trade down, since the pick is in, I find it a little more less likely because, like we said, of this draft, the second and third round especially are the sweet spots. So you don't really want to give up that. If he could maybe package a fifth and a sixth, or maybe a fourth and a sixth and get back in the first round, that I could see happening. But I would like to see it. I really would. I don't know if it's going to happen. So, there's still a lot of guys out there that are high on the board. Looks like we said, Howard's out, but Buda Baker is there. Cook is still there. He's probably going to end up going to the Giants now.
For whatever it's worth, Mel Kiper's best player available right now is still O.J. Howard. So we've been saying quite a bit that Bucs will go BPA. At least I've been saying Bucs will go BPA no matter who it is when they get to the spot, and it certainly seems like they've done that. So,
can you believe Marlon Humphreys was the first Alabama player to go?
That's crazy.
More than Reuben Foster, Jonathan Allen, O.J. Howard, Tim Williams. Wow, this is a wacky draft.
Mm-hmm.
This is a wacky draft. The people that just tuned in and listened, is that Jameis back there? No, they got a live picture of the War Room at Tampa Bay. The Glazers are there. I didn't recognize anybody else. Oh, they got a picture of the Buccaneers Stadium party. People at the stadium. I don't recognize anybody there either.
Mm-hmm.
What was I talking about? I don't remember. Going back up. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. Here it is. Here it is.
All right, let's listen.
Said lots of ways for them to go. We'll see what Tampa Bay when Commissioner Gooddell strolls up and
Leave the
there
sound
begins
up
the stroll, and we'll find out now what Tampa is going to do.
With the 19th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft,
Boom.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers select O.J. Howard, tight end, Alabama.
And the run on Bama players has begun. Sir, you're very excited, and we are happy you're very excited that O.J. Howard is now off the board. 3 of the last 4 picks have been Alabama players. Otarius Jabari is what he goes by. 17 straight games with a reception to end his Bama career. He averaged over 15 yards a catch, Mel, at Alabama for his career, despite less than stellar quarterback play.
Think about a kid 6'5.5", 251 pounds, arm length excellent, 4.51 speed, did 22 reps. He's a blocker. He's in line, as I've been saying. I'm amazed. You think about Jameis Winston and the weapon he can be. You got Cameron Brate. Now you add a guy like O.J. Howard. He'll help out your running game, and that's still an issue with Doug Martin's suspension, and they can add a running back down the line. Keep in mind, 11 of the 12 playoff teams didn't have a first-round running back, so you can find these guys like Jordan Howard for the Bears in the 5th round last year. You look at a guy like O.J. Howard, you like to see him sustain a little better, but I like the blocking because you don't see that of any collegiate tight ends these days. He had 2 or fewer receptions in 7 of 12 regular season games. Don't blame that on O.J. Howard. Blame it on the coordinator. Late in the year, though, he was targeted more. He had 8 catches against A&M, 6 against Mississippi State, 5 against Auburn. O.J. Howard was one of the best 5 to 8 players in this draft, and Tampa Bay gets him at 19.
Yeah, all right. All right, so there it is. It is official. My apologies, Ren, for spoiling it. I actually thought, I really thought that Stroud
Why
was
would you do that to me, bro?
I'm sorry. That's my bad. My absolutely bad. Scott Smith saying Tampa Bay's 12 personnel is going to be sick with O.J. Howard, Cam Brate, Mike Evans, and Deshaun Jackson. That is a point. A couple years ago, we had a little group named the Duncaneers because we had a bunch of really tall guys. I don't know how tall all of these people are, but O.J. Howard, Cam Brate, Mike Evans, Deshaun Jackson. I might even add in a little bit of Adam Humphries, even though, we know he's a little more of a short yardage slot receiver. You could even add in Charles Sims, who picks up quite a few quite a few catches. What do you think about this new the new weapon that we have for Winston? We have a new tight end here.
Yeah, I said it all already. 6'6", 251. That is a ginormous target. He's fast, he's long. Oh, the Broncos are up.
2017 NFL
It's the Broncos.
Draft. The Denver Broncos select Garrett Bowles, tackle, Utah.
Well, there it is, the first offensive lineman. Not a position that we were aiming for at all. All right, going back to O.J. Howard, go for it.
Yeah, we said everything about him. You heard, I'm watching the NFL, the NFL Network's broadcast, but when you turned it up and Mel Kiper, like he said, he was one of the 5 to 8 best players in the whole entire draft. We got him at 19. What's not to love? I went through my whole entire reasons why we should run Brate and O.J. Howard at the same time. And give Mac almost like a max protection on the run, and then send out 4 receivers in a 2 tight end set that are gonna get open, and they're huge except for Deshaun Jackson, but he's just gonna outrun everybody. I think Dirk Cutter is grinning from ear to ear. He's got a new, and the reason I quit thinking that Howard was thinking about Howard being a Buccaneer, because I would have bet money that he wouldn't have been here at 19. Like, I couldn't be happier about this pick.
Yeah, I like with a bunch of other Bucs fans, I'm perfectly tickled to death with this. I have no qualms about this. In a way, I'm kind of glad that it wasn't Dalvin Cook. And that's nothing against Dalvin. It just, I don't know. I like this. And as you said, and this just may be a little bit, again, my personality, we all laughed when we first heard the idea that Bucs might draft a tight end in the first round. And lo and behold, that's actually what we did. And once you stop to think about it, it actually made sense. Now, here's the thing. Is he replacing Stalker? Like, can he, is O.J. Howard, he's big, but can he get down and dirty and be a blocking tight end as well? Because certainly that is a spot that, for as good as Cam Brate is, he is not the best at blocking. And in fact, and we drafted Danny Vitale last year to come in and kind of do that halfback / blocking tight end, and he wound up getting cut because it just wasn't something he could do for us. So, does Howard, can he really bring the best of both of those worlds together as a tight end?
Yeah, and that's why he's ranked so high on people's boards, because he can do both. I would say the only possibly better blocking tight end in this whole entire draft is George Kittle out of Iowa. That's because they don't throw the ball. That's what he does. George Kittle is Luke Stalker. O.J. Howard is exactly what we were talking about earlier when we were going to the 2 tight end set, except he's better than – I haven't seen enough tape to say he's better at Stalker than blocking, but he's definitely the top 2 best blocking tight ends in this whole entire draft. He's one of the fastest tight ends in this whole entire draft. He's one of the tallest tight ends in this whole entire draft, and he has most upside of any of the tight ends in this whole entire draft. Once again, it's a mix. He's a mixture of Brate, but he's better than Brate at what Brate does, and Stalker. And it remains to be seen if he's better than Stalker, but that's just me being nice. I really think O.J. Howard can block just as well as Luke Stalker can. So, yeah, he's the perfect prototypical tight end that's going to flourish in this offense with Dirk Cutter. Jameis Winston has a new best friend.
There you go. And according to NFL research, a little blue check mark verified, this is the very first tight end that the Buccaneers have ever selected in the first round. So there's a little tidbit for you guys. So O.J. Howard is Brent, the newest member of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We did not trade out. We didn't go down. We didn't even trade out of the first round, like a lot of people were projecting that we did, or that we would. O.J. Howard, a guy certainly some people didn't even think would be there, was there. We ran to the podium. We got him. So he is our guy. And for you guys that are over in the chat room, anybody who is listening, give us a call. Let us know, what do you think about this pick? What are your thoughts on the whole situation?
Are the phone lines open?
The phone lines are open. Everything's turned up, and people don't want to call. That's okay. I don't mind. But,
cool.
we'd love to know where they are.
You shut it down before the pick.
I did shut it down. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, I know. But yeah, phone lines are back open. If anybody wants to call in, 864-729-BUCKS. It's 864-729-2827. Would love to know where you're watching the draft, what's going on with you, what is the atmosphere like there, and what do you think of this pick? And Ren is kind of things tend to go. So great. We got OJ Howard and we've spent, the last 5-6 months talking about who this particular person is going to be. Awesome. So who's next?
Yep, exactly. Who's next?
That party lasted long. Let's hear. I don't, before we move on, I'm kind of sifting through Twitter here. Tom Bassinger, I've got issues with this guy, but they're talking about how the Bucs made the right move. It's a passing league. The RB can, we can get a running back in the second or third round. Is it possible that Dalvin Cook falls to the second round and we could still get him? It's possible. Somebody says OJ Howard falls to 19 and the Buccaneers pounce. Let's see here. What else? Feedback seems to be pretty positive on Twitter right now. Let's see here. Somebody's got a picture of Homer Simpson losing his mind, moving into like a dream state. It says the Buccaneers receiving core: Mike Evans, Deshaun Jackson, OJ Howard. Yeah. It says another person says OJ Howard just upgraded from Jalen Hurts to Jameis Winston. It's going to feel like he's playing a different sport now. Another
good
person.
Point.
Yeah, it's real good point. Because they did not have the best quarterback situation in Alabama this last year.
Yeah, they had a true freshman.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
and it wasn't his strength. He's not really a thrower. He's a runner, and he's a really good runner. But yeah, it was just. It always reminded, and I don't think I ever said this because this is a lot of people might not get this reference, but it reminds me of Keith Jackson, who was a longtime Philadelphia Eagle tight end back in the day. He played at Oklahoma back when Oklahoma ran the wishbone. Mm-hmm. So they never threw the ball. I mean, they're like Georgia Tech now. Like Georgia Tech runs a wishbone. They never threw the ball. And, the Eagles took him. And I remember it was first round or not. And he ended up being one of the greatest tight ends ever. I want to say he's in the Hall of Fame, but no one knew he could catch until he made it to the NFL. And because they never threw to him. But he ended up being one of the best tight ends ever. So that's kind of when I started like getting into OJ Howard and looking him up and seeing what was going on in Alabama and like why his numbers weren't as high as, say Evan Ingram and players like that is because they just don't throw to him. But when they give him the ball, he makes things happen. Like I said, I really can't be happier. It's a very good first round pick and the value for it is excellent. It's going to be one of those guys where like, what? That guy lasted till 19, like 5 years from now. You're like, right. That guy lasted till 19. Are you kidding me? So
right, and you got to imagine, Jason Light. He often gets his draft picking record touted. He's had some really good drafts, and so to kick off his fourth draft as a GM here with Tampa Bay Buccaneers, kicking it off with OJ Howard. That's not a bad way to kick off a draft and to kind of continue a good string because all right, here's a good question. How many picks need to turn out to be good for a GM to have considered having a good draft?
2, but it has to be. But those 2 have to be the first and second round. If you hit every year in your first and second round, you'll be fine. When those things start busting, then that's when you start to get into trouble with your roster. Not only it's not that you're doing a bad job, but then your roster really starts to reflect it and you start reaching and grabbing. Jason Light, lucky for us, seems to have really found his niche with free agency and also especially lines are up.
For the very next pick.
With the 21st pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Jared Davis, linebacker, Florida.
Wow.
Look at Jared Davis.
Second linebacker off the board. He's good. He was just something we never heard about as Bucs fans a lot because we don't need a linebacker. But any team out there that was looking for a linebacker, you know who this guy is. He's really good. Florida's defense was excellent last year, and I think they had like 11 players miss games because of injury at one point or another. I think Mike Mayock's fifth-ranked linebacker is a Florida linebacker, the guy that played next to Davis, but he's only stayed healthy like 5 games. Like he comes in and he does awesome, and breaks his arm, and then he's out for 4 weeks. And then he comes back and plays for 3 games and breaks his leg. But he's still ranked in the 5th. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Another thing Jason Light does really well is finding the undrafted free agents. Adam Humphries, Cam Brate, Judah J. Barima, Javian Elliott. These are all guys that weren't drafted that are on the team. Leonard Wester, Ben Goschalk. So you put all that together, that's kind of what propels him above other GMs because he's good at all 3 facets. But as long as you hit first and second round, then you'll be fine. And then you'll start to get like those 4th round gems like we got in Quan Alexander or 3rd round gems. But you gotta be solid. And that's another reason why this is such a great pick for the Bucs. I mean, this is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, can't miss prospects in the draft.
Right. And so as to go back to what led us into that, as far as Jason Light having another successful draft under his belt, he's at least halfway there with the pick of O.J. Howard.
Yes. Of course, unless he gets blown up by injury, but no one will blame him for that. Dolphins are up.
All right,
now
here
we're
we
rolling.
go.
Now we're rolling.
Yeah, they're coming in.
For the Detroit Lions. All right, the next pick is in. It's Miami. Let's go.
With the 22nd pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Charles Harris, defensive end, Missouri.
All right. And, of course, we will be facing Charles Harris and the Miami Dolphins in Miami for our season kickoff game. Looks like he has Chewbacca or Harry from Harry and the Hendersons standing behind him as they're showing him wherever he is. Are you seeing this at all? Are they showing? Are they showing Charles Harris's phone call? Wow. They were just, ESPN was just showing Charles Harris where he was receiving the phone call. Straight up had Harry from Harry and the Hendersons standing behind him. Big old Sasquatch standing back there. Why in the world? What is that?
Kid's got a sense of humor.
I guess he didn't even. I guess. Oh,
you don't pay attention to it. You just have him back there, and then people like us have this conversation about it.
Scott Smith just tweeted, after drafting O.J. Howard, Jason Light got the quote-unquote biggest hug he's ever gotten from Dirk Cutter.
Nice.
Sounds like that was one that Cutter was pretty high on himself as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's got his boy. He's got his tight end. Now Cameron Brate can go back and move to Luke Soccer's spot. That's how I think it's going to break down. We were talking about it earlier, like, oh, you can't replace Cameron Brate. I'm like, they're not. They're replacing Stocker.
Right.
And they're replacing Stocker with someone not as good as Cameron Brate, like you were saying earlier, or are we getting someone better than Cameron Brate?
So does that mean that Stocker just replaced Brandon Myers?
Brandon Myers isn't on the team.
I know. That's what I'm saying. We keep 4 tight ends. We only have 3 right now, or 2 right now, right?
They carried 4 tight ends last year. There's still a couple of rookies or futures contracts, basically undrafted free agents.
Cross. You had Alan Cross, right?
Yeah, you got Cross. They're going to carry 4. I wouldn't be surprised if like this was Stocker's last year because of maybe it'd be a salary dump. But that's an awful young tight end room. Like Cameron Brate hasn't even played 2 full years. I mean, he's been on the he's been in the league 2 full years, but he hasn't played like 32 games yet because he missed some. So, and that'd be like that's your veteran in the room would be Cameron Brate because the other guys haven't played any games. Alan Cross only played 1 season. O.J. Howard's a rookie. So, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised either way, honestly. If they want to keep him around for veteran leadership, I think it's a good move. If they don't, then I think they know what they have and they're comfortable with it.
Mm-hmm. So here's something else that's being reported about O.J. Howard. Just something fun to note. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers did not bring in O.J. Howard for for a pre-draft visit.
That's 2 out of 4 years, I guess. The past 4 years, because they didn't bring in Mike Evans.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they brought in Jameis,
Right.
and they did bring in Vernon. But yeah, so
Yep.
2 out of the past 4 years, they haven't brought in their number 1 draft pick for a pre-draft visit, which is so strange.
Mm-hmm. So Jason Light is saying that Jameis Winston sent him a text with 1 million smiley faces when he heard that the pick was O.J. Howard. So apparently Jameis is pretty happy there.
That would have been anybody. It would have been, what if it was Cook? How many smiley faces would it have been?
Right.
That's just Jameis. Like, you can't. Like, I'm starting to learn you take Jameis kind of with a grain of salt about his enthusiasm. Not that I don't love it and I don't want him to tone it down at all. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying that, to Jameis, it's like that person you meet or that every movie is a great movie. Have you seen this movie? No, I haven't. Oh, it's such a great movie, but every movie you talk about, mm-hmm. As long as they like it, there's no it was okay. It's either I hated it or it's the best movie in the world. And that's kind of where Jameis is. Except he never says he hates anything publicly.
Jameis. But he's got to be careful what he says in public, as we learned this summer. Let's see here. Jameis gets a big target. I don't know. I'm looking through social media to see what people are saying out there for this whole deal. So when we start talking about who is left or where do we go next? There are a couple people out there talking about Cook falling to the second round and then we trade up to get him. I don't. It's possible. I mean, it really is possible. I think I'm like you right now. I really need to see Dalvin Cook off the board just so we can stop talking about it.
Talking about him, yeah. I just want him to go off the board, and I wish him best of luck. Unless, the Saints pick him up or the Falcons pick him up, but the Falcons are not going to pick him up. They've got 2 Dalvin Cooks already on their team, basically. And the Saints aren't going to pick him up because they just signed Adrian Peterson,
right?
And they have Mark Ingram. That might not be a total closed case.
I was going to say, I don't know, because if they, if the Saints pull the same logic that we talked about earlier with Jason Light, where he signs a veteran and then drafts a rookie, it actually could make sense. He signs AP, and then he's going to draft Dalvin Cook. Put those two together for a little bit of long term thinking there.
How are you going to split those carries? Who's your backfield? Mark Ingram, Heisman Trophy winner.
Mm-hmm.
Adrian Peterson, one of the best ever in the NFL. Dalvin Cook. Split those carries.
Yeah. So we have that. Luke Easterling, draft extraordinaire. He's one of the, if not the best draft person probably out there, who happens to, I think, personally just be a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan. Outside of Riley Allman, of course. And just a little side note, Luke Easterling has in his profile for Twitter that he is a Hufflepuff, for any Harry Potter fans out there. He says that he didn't think the Bucs had any shot at Howard. What a steal. One of the cleanest, most complete prospects of the entire draft. #NFL draft. So that's fun.
Sounds like he was listening to my description.
Yep, and here come the Giants pick right now.
Oh, sorry.
With the 23rd pick in the 2017 NFL draft, the New York Giants select Evan Engram, tight end, Ole Miss.
So you just missed this. Let me explain what I just saw on ESPN national TV. They announced the pick for Evan Engram. The camera shifts to a Giants fan, a couple of Giants fans out in the crowd. They're cheering. They're going crazy. Dude behind them, who was not sporting any other team's gear, so we don't know who he was cheering for, obviously did not like it, was going thumbs down, boo, 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 and then does a double middle finger bird flip right into the camera over this guy's shoulder in front of his face. And the camera lingers on it for just a moment before finally somebody said, cut away, cut away, cut away. Right cut there. Yeah. So censors missed it. Directors and people missed it. But double bird flip right there on national TV on ESPN. And that's why ESPN is losing its people. So, sad ESPN.
I don't know if that's true. But it's interesting that the Giants were heavily rumored to take a tight end, but Njoku's still on the board. And Evan Ingram's really a wide receiver that just has the word tight end after his, like, that's just his position. He's not a tight end. Like, they never asked him to block at Mississippi State. He's always in the slot. He's just a big wide receiver. And so it's just kind of interesting that the Giants took him over Njoku. Not that he's not talented and can't get open. He could run all the routes in the route tree. But I'm just shocked that the Giants took him over Njoku, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Leads us to the Raiders.
They got about 3 minutes to get their pick in, at least as the clock is here. I got to tell you one thing that I'm having fun with watching. I'm a production guy, so I tend to notice cuts and different things like that, especially as they come in and out of commercial breaks. But they have the clock, right next to the stage. Says how long each player has or each team has. It's interesting to note, like when they go to the table and they're showing the commentators, that sometimes that number back there jumps back and forth. As they're letting these guys talk. Of course, they're catching the clips and then showing them later. So, it's interesting to me to watch how they're cutting all this together. Not interesting to anybody else listening. So, for you fans, looks like the guys over in the chat room, Atlanta Bucs fan Dan says that our next picks should address cornerback, safety, then running back. I might flip-flop safety and cornerback. I might even take cornerback off the list there and replace it with something else. In fact, I think that's what I did to pull safety. So I think we keep starting down this road and getting off of it. So when we talk about next picks, so OJ Howard's in, great, woohoo! He has his 10 minutes of glory, and we're moving on to the next picks. What do you think? What do you think we should do? Let's go with that. What should the Bucs do?
I'm still stuck on wide receiver. You had the top two guys, Mike Williams and Corey Davis, and then John Ross, just because of his speed, gets bumped up there. If he was just like a 4-4 guy, 4-5 guy, he'd be lumped in with the others, with all these other guys. Now all these wide receivers, there's a little group of them before it starts to fall off the shelf. And I think there's going to be a big, I don't say fall off the shelf, but till the next tier 3. But I think there's going to be a huge run on wide receivers in round 2. So if you don't get your shot at round 2 at wide receiver, then you're not going to get one that if somebody goes down, you can kind of plug in and be happy about. That's going to need a lot more training practice. We have to coach them up a lot more. So I think that's a sweet spot in round 2. And then, but once again, maybe somebody falls, like, hey, maybe Dalvin Cook's still there. Actually, the Raiders just signed Marshawn Lynch, didn't they?
They
wonder
did.
If they go after Dalvin Cook.
You think so?
No, they wouldn't have signed Marshawn Lynch. He wasn't going anywhere. They could have waited till after the draft. They were interested in Cook at all.
Mm-hmm.
So, but besides Marshawn Lynch, they don't have anybody. That's why they signed him. Like they let Latavius Murray go. Oh wait, they let him go last year. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Raiders on the clock. And then after that, third round, I think it's safety, safety or running back, whoever's there, and that's what I think for 3 and 4. Depends on who's there at safety and who's there at running back in 3. It depends, and then whoever you decide position wise in round 3, you take the other one in round 4. So I think wide receiver round 2, round 3, safety or running back, whoever's higher on your board you like better, and then round 4. The other position is left over. That's how I think we should do it.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna flip flop your two middle ones there. I'm gonna go safety first, and then wide receiver, running back, whoever's there, and whoever's BPA in that situation.
Round 3. That's so wrong.
Yeah,
just kidding.
It might be. I don't know, but I to me, safety is now the position on the team that has the biggest depth need. But again, I'm going to say, safety is not a spot that
Raiders are up.
Yep, they're here.
With the 24th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the Oakland Raiders select Garyon Conley, defensive back, Ohio State.
Well, Well, there it is. Gary and Conley, the Ohio State cornerback, is going to.
All right. Now I'm watching all the other fans behind the fans of the show.
Just see if you can see something.
See if I see any more birds flying out there. For that, so Gary and Conley.
As you can, I switched over to ESPN, by the way, so I'm watching what you're watching.
Oh,
now.
you are? Yeah.
Once the Bucs pick, like it really doesn't matter. Yeah, you see, this guy was supposed to be a top 15 pick, and you see up there what happened. Yeah. He's been alleged of wrongdoing. I'm not going to say it out loud.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to, and it just happened like a couple of days ago. So no one knew. Like you didn't have time. The teams didn't have time to vet it. Couldn't really find out what was going on, and that was kind of like the big wonder. What's going to happen to this guy? How far down is he going to fall before someone takes a chance on him? Or if they've got their, got their vetting process done fast enough, where maybe they flew somebody out there and looked at all the things, and this is their guy. So yeah, very talented cornerback. And ran into some trouble lately.
Yeah, for whatever it's worth, for whatever the accusation is, he has released a statement saying that it is completely false. And he is submitting himself for whatever DNA testing they need and to talk to the police. Like he's not running from this. He is facing this head on. So he's got to be pretty confident, in his side and in his innocence. If he's gonna tackle that, he's certainly not running from it. So, good for him. I hope he does well. For his sake. I hope that's great. I hope that things work out well for him. Certainly they're in Oakland, I guess, Las Vegas.
Oakland.
They're not going to Las Vegas for a few years, right?
Yeah, they'll be in Oakland for that. I think they're still in Oakland for 2.
Yeah. So that said, now talking about the Bucs. So you're talking about wide receiver. Let's pull this up. They're talking about it a little bit in the chat room. Vincent Jackson. He says he's ready to play again. Any chance that we bring him back on a really cheap contract to Tampa Bay for one more year?
If we have the same thing happen to us last year, yes, I can see it. But he's a free agent, just kind of like Jaquiz Rogers was. And then we had that rash at, Doug Martin went down week 2, the Arizona game, and so they wouldn't pick them up. If the same thing happens next year, that kind of happened last year. The number 2, say Deshaun Jackson, pops a hammy, and they're like, well, you're out 4 weeks. You can just go right to Vincent Jackson. He doesn't have to move. Mm-hmm. He's already in town. He already knows the offense. And if he wants to play, I'd probably be the first guy they call. Even if they do draft a wide receiver. Because Vincent, even a slower Vincent Jackson, I would feel more comfortable with the cagey vet than like the Freddie Martino or or other players that are behind Deshaun Jackson and this new second round wide receiver they're taking.
Yeah, I don't know. Vincent Jackson. So are you saying that you think Vincent Jackson will be available and be on the street into, several weeks into the season?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
And the only reason he becomes a Buccaneer is if we get hit by injuries like we did last year.
Interesting. Okay. Well, we'll see how that goes. I don't know. I think it is at least a possibility that that they could bring back Vincent Jackson on a 1-year, probably relatively cheap deal, especially if they rework Doug Martin's contract and maybe use some of that money to go ahead and bring back, kind of get a 2-for-1 type deal. They're planning on paying Doug Martin X amount of dollars. They rework his contract. Maybe they're not going to pay him that much, and they use that money to pay Vincent Jackson. I could see them doing that if for no other reason you've got familiarity with the system, and you have a statesman. I mean, let's keep in mind he was a captain. He was voted captain last year. He gets hurt. They never replaced him as captain on the team. He was still up for the Walter Payton Man of the Year award, having not played for however many games he hadn't played up to that point. Being voted by his teammates. So just to have the presence in the locker room which supposedly is really what they did with Joe Hawley, right? I mean, why else would they have brought Joe Hawley back because they've already moved Ali Marpet to center, right?
Correct.
Why else would they bring him back? They still have Evan Smith under contract, if not really for a locker room presence. And you could almost see them doing the same thing with Vincent Jackson to bring him back 1 year for for a veteran presence in the locker room if he's really going to go with it.
Yeah, I agree. But once again, I think that as a caveat, as if they wanted Vincent Jackson just as a veteran presence already, like in the team, he'd been there already. Maybe they offered him some money, he said no. But he's 10 plus years in the league, which means once you hit 10 years, that's where the cap stops. But every year in the league, you have a minimum that you get paid. And I think if it's 10 plus, it's like 1.5. Like you can't. If like I just want to play one more year, you can't sign for like $250,000. The Players Association won't let you. I think at 10 years, it's like 1.5 million is the minimum you're allowed to play for. So. Who knows what's going on between that thing, but I'm still sticking to it that if they wanted him, I think it's a good idea, but I don't think it's going to happen. Until injuries occur, or maybe they go into training camp and like after like maybe the fifth wide receiver is just not. They're like I'd rather have Vincent Jackson here and not play him and have a locker room presence than have this guy my fifth receiver on the team. I could see that too. But I doubt it. I'm sticking with somebody gets injured, the receiving core gets depleted. He like we said, he knows the offense. He can still. He doesn't have to pack. I mean, he's there. He lives in town. He's got a restaurant there. And everybody loves him, like you said. Great locker room guy.
Which and for that, I would pay $1.5 million to bring Vincent Jackson back for a year to have him in the locker room. I think that's very fair. I really do. I wouldn't have a problem with that at all. So, moving on, Cleveland Browns, their second pick for this round is in. They traded their last pick, picked up a first round pick for next year, and here we go. So let's see what is going on here. Could they draft a quarterback? Could they draft Reuben Foster?
With the 25th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Jabril Peppers, defensive back, Michigan.
Those appear to be some very, very happy Cleveland.
Wow.
All right, Jabril Peppers.
That's this is going to be interesting because they're going to have a spot for him.
Yeah.
I mean, they're analytics guys, and he's an analytics player, Doesn't really have a position. What he says he wants to play or is going to play in the pros, he barely played it in college. They put him all over the field at Michigan. He was just the best athlete on the field. They're like, just make plays, kind of like we were talking about that kid from Temple, but even more so. Because everybody's known about this kid forever. It looks like Cleveland's figured out a spot for him and where they want to play him. That was a really interesting article Tampa Bay traded Trevor Sikkema, and he did one of his cover threes talking about how he found a position for Peppers and what he should play, and it was sort of a hybrid morphing thing they're sort of doing with Mark Barron with the LA Rams. But he's a playmaker. He's a football player. So looks like the Browns have a plan for him. They picked him.
Yeah, it's and the only reason why I want to stay on him for just a minute is because he was actually connected to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for. I saw some people mocking him to the Bucs. I think he was mostly a second round or third round pick, not necessarily a first round pick. But now just this is the guy that had a diluted urine sample for his drug test during the combine. And everything's come out about that. So what does that do? How does that affect him going forward? And certainly you would think the Browns must feel comfortable enough with his answers to be able to pick him. But what does that do? Do you know?
It doesn't count for anything. You mean as far as like 1 strike, 2 strike, as far as the CBA goes?
Yeah. Does it have any really? I mean,
nothing. He hasn't signed a contract. He doesn't play for the NFL yet.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. It's absolutely nothing. But yeah. So as far as like 1 strike, 2 strike, 3 strikes, PEDs and drug substances, it doesn't count and technically he wasn't busted for anything. It was too diluted to be able to test for anything, which is, basically means he either took a substance and drank a bunch of water or just drank a bunch of water. And, he could have been covering up anything or covering up nothing. It's just a big question mark. So what are you going to do? Like you said, I'm sure the Browns asked him all kinds of questions and the answers they heard they liked. Because you're right, he had such a high hype when the draft session first started, and then it started coming out like, well, he's not really a first round talent because he can't play linebacker. It's like his game is built for linebacker, but he can't play it. Like he's a tweener, like they say. He's too small for linebacker, but he's too big for not too big for safety, but doesn't have the reps there. It's like you're changing his position, but you're not like changing from a defensive end to a tackle. You're not changing from a 3 technique to a 5 technique. You're changing him from like in the box linebacking run stopper blitzer to a center fielder, and he just doesn't have a lot of tape on that. But he is versatile. Like I said, the Browns probably crunched the numbers, and like you said, he said all the right things to him, and there he is. I thought he was going to fall to the second, especially after the diluted sample, but here he is, number 25 to the Browns.
There he goes. Hold on, just 1 sec for me. Sorry, guys. So yeah, should be there. All right, getting back to our topics of conversation. A couple guys over in the chat room are talking about some of our other wide receivers, Martino, Huff, a couple of those other guys. Yeah, I don't know. We draft a wide receiver to help out with that. Martino, Josh Huff, those are guys that, I don't know. I would rather have Vincent Jackson than any of those guys, even at the price that we'd have to pay Vincent Jackson. And we draft somebody in. Those guys barely made it through camp. Martino bounced up and down between the practice squad and didn't even make the final roster or the active roster till later on in the season, if I remember correctly. And really that was just mostly because of injury situations. He was able to come up and do that. So yeah, that should be interesting. It should be real interesting. So the Falcons, their pick is in. They're picking right now. They
traded up.
They traded up. I was just getting ready to say that's not right. Hey, here comes Kamish to the podium. Let's find out who they selected.
Who's left?
With the 26th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Takaris McKinley, linebacker, UCLA.
Tack McKinley.
Well, there you see the picture of his grandmother, Tack McKinley. The story is incredible. His father was never in the picture. His mother left the family when he was 5. On her deathbed, he made a promise to his grandmother that he would make it to.
So McKinley, outside linebacker from UCLA, going to division rival the Atlanta Falcons. This is one we should probably pay at least a little bit of attention to because we're going to see this guy twice a year. What does this mean for the Bucs, and what do you think about this pick for the Falcons trading up to get him? I wonder what the cost of the trade was.
It'll show. They haven't said anything yet. This guy's kind of gone up and down. I've seen him all over the place. Like I've seen him in the top 15, and then I've seen him out of the first round altogether. So he's kind of gone up and down. I don't really remember what the negative things were, like if it was motor or effort, or maybe he couldn't get off blocks or something to that nature. But but he's always kind of been mentioned in the first round when you're talking about outside edge rushers. So, and this is something Atlanta needed. I guess they didn't think it was going to be there, but Vic Beasley obviously had a very rough rookie year, but last year he led the league in sacks and had like 16.5 or 18.5, something crazy like that. But after that, everyone's just kind of run-of-the-mill, kind of ho-hum guys. You know, I don't want to say, but they're lunch pail guys. Not like they're collecting a paycheck, but they're out there trying, obviously. But, you know, definitely not first-rounders, and so I think it's a good pick for Atlanta. Obviously, I hope he falls in his face. Doesn't hurt himself, but he never gets a sack. So yeah, I like it. Right. If I was an Atlanta fan, I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be, you know, and let's keep in mind, he's really going to be going up against really O.J. Howard a lot, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, Cam Brate, you know, maybe he'll hit the running backs there as they split out into the secondary. You know, this will be a guy trying to get after Jameis quite a bit. You know, oh, real nice. He's got a picture of his mom, maybe his grandma or someone.
Grandma.
Potentially.
Grandma.
Yeah.
He has a super tragic story. Like,
yeah.
Like father died, mother was gone by age 2, and his grandmother like died like I think like this week, and she was the one to raise him. Something like that. His story was like Jesus, like God. Ugh.
Yeah.
That's you know, I mean, everybody knows somebody who's like maybe had a parent die at an early age and stuff, and you know, of course it's terrible, but you know, this was just like Harry Potter bad, just like piled on and piled on and piled, like God, like. But you know, he pulled himself by his bootstraps and made something of himself. He's doing well. First round pick.
Yeah, good for him. And you know, that's a cool way, I think, to honor those who have taken care of you and gone in before you. So we got the Buffalo Bills. Their pick is in. We'll find out who they picked here in just a few minutes. Dallas is on the clock right now with about 7 minutes left. Now this Buffalo pick, this is one that, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't they trade? They traded down. They were actually was this the number 10 pick?
This was the Chiefs pick.
Yeah.
When the Chiefs went up to get Mahomes from Texas Tech, this is the first one that the Bills got for that.
Mm-hmm. And I believe I saw Riley Allman, guest here of the Pewtercast. He had said something about this particular pick. Let me see if I can find it that I thought was real interesting.
People are talking about on Twitter about trading back in the first and getting Cook.
Yeah. You know, we floated that. We floated that, but
yeah, but that's us. There's a difference between us saying it and these guys that get paid on the radio.
Oh, guys on the radio are saying that.
It's 620. Yeah.
Oh wow.
They're sending out tweets like, "Hey, let's trade back up for Cook." Right.
Yeah.
Somebody picked that kid already.
Hey, well let's see what we have going on here. Let's see if we can't get something to come in here. Little surprise for you here, Ren. Hello? Hello?
Going on. Are you talking? Because I can't hear you.
I am.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah. Hello?
Hi, I'm here.
Riley Allman on the line with us, Ren. Riley, how's it going, my friend?
Doing good. Watching the live draft coverage as we speak.
Yeah. So, hey, man, thanks for jumping in real quick. I was eager trying to catch your attention and say, hey, come talk to us about this pick. So you were on the show. You were on our last main episode. Actually had your name in the title, drafting Riley Allman. And so Riley, we got here. We got to number 19. The Bucs did not trade up or down. O.J. Howard was still there, and the Bucs ran to the podium and got him. Man, what are you thinking about the draft so far, and particularly the Bucs pick here at number 19?
You know, it's looking pretty good. I think this is probably best case scenario for the Bucs overall. I think O.J. Howard was my number 3 overall prospect in the draft. I think he's probably the best tight end prospect coming out since Vernon Davis, and I think really just overall he's a strong all-around player. Just does everything well. He's probably the best blocking tight end in the draft. is an elite receiver, was really good at creating separation ball at Alabama. Obviously, Lane Kiffin didn't always get him the right looks, but I think the two national championships games that we got to saw the last 2 years against Clemson, from Howard, I think you saw what he can be, which is a elite top 5 tight end in the NFL type of player. And, we've talked this whole time about Jason like the New England guy, and he understands the value of having 2 tight end sets. And I think now he's got a chance to have 2 of the top 10 tight ends in the NFL in line and running sets. And I like the idea of having Deshaun Jackson and Mike Evans on the outside and then having 2 guys in line. And I think you can run the 2 tight end sets even for running, just because I think Brent and Howard are already very good run blockers.
Yeah, Ren?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I couldn't be happier about this pick. Okay. First off, I got 2 questions. I have a 2-part question, sir. One, did you think Howard was going to be there? Like, give me a percentage, like 50-50, 60-40. And then 2, were you losing your mind when the Chiefs went up and got Mahomes so early?
I think it was I did not expect Howard to be there. I think I didn't have him mock top 5, but I thought he would go around. I thought he would at least go before the Bucs pick. I thought maybe Titans would take him, maybe Jets would take him. I definitely thought that he would go like top 15, even with the depreciated value of a tight end in this draft. But right now we're looking at David Njoku, and through 27 picks, David Njoku hasn't gone off the board yet. Evan Ingram went before him. So I think tight ends are kind of slipping right now. We've had 2 in the top 27 picks. But I think that I did not expect them to be there. And then trading up for Mahomes is interesting. I think with Kansas City, if there was one team that I knew that Mahomes could succeed with, it would be with Andy Reid and a West Coast offense that allows him to throw it deep. They've got arguably the best deep weapons in the NFL. So I think if there was one spot that I knew Mahomes would be likely to succeed in, it would have been Kansas City. So I think it's good for them. And they really didn't give up that much. I think next year they would have been targeting a QB after another maybe round 2 exit. So I think that 2018 pick isn't nearly as valuable if they're going to be picking around 28 again. So I think that the Mahomes trade is a win-win for both sides. I think Cleveland knew that they needed to trade back and that they could pick up value later, but didn't want to. I think that the Bills knew that they could pick up value later, but that way they get more picks for later on. And it looks like they just got Tre'Davious White from LSU, who's a guy I'm not that high on, but they've said that they want to. They said they wanted to add a physicality and run stopping from their corners, and I think White can provide that, which is nice.
Yeah, when the pick comes official, we're watching on the ESPN. Brent's going to pull up the sound so we can listen to it. But I like White. Actually, here it comes now. I got some more questions for you. Once
let's catch this audio, and we'll be right back here with our conversation.
With the 27th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Tre'Davious White, defensive back, LSU.
All right, so there it is, another cornerback gone off the board. Riley, Ren, you guys were just talking about that.
Yeah, what's been your biggest surprise so far in this draft, as far as like where maybe someone's went or someone didn't take someone you thought was a lock? Was a perfect match that didn't go that way, or somebody that you're like, I have this guy, graded around 3, and you're taking him now.
That's Trey White for me actually, but he was obviously invited to the draft, so I think the NFL had a general understanding that he would go in the first 32 picks. But I think with he's a guy who I graded round 3. Not really many guys who I wasn't high on. I think John Ross was my 87th overall player, so that was a surprise. But that was with injury and diminishing return from his 40 being accounted in. So I think that was probably the surprise pick for him, was John Ross at 9, especially with Cincinnati having drafted Tyler Boyd last year and having not given him many reps. I think that was the surprise pick of the draft so far at 9.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I couldn't. I was scratching my head about the John Ross. I was shocked he was top 10. So who do you? All right, let's go through the NFC South. We have the Panthers taking McCaffrey. the Saints took Lattimore, and then
for whatever it's worth, sorry to interrupt, but the Browns have just traded back into the first round. So Riley, yeah.
Oh, they're right here after the Cowboys.
Yeah. The Cowboys pick is in. So the Browns have traded back into pick number 29.
29.
It looks like
29.
Some teams had 3 first-round picks since Vikings in 2013, I guess.
You would know better than I do.
Yeah, if you say so. So before the Dallas picks comes out, you've got the Falcons taking Tack McKinley. It just happened a few minutes ago. Then we have the Panthers with McCaffrey, and the Saints got Marshawn Lattimore. Those all seem like really solid picks to me. Anything you want to shed light on that, or how do you feel about them?
No, I think I could go team by team here. These are all guys who I had in my top 20 graded overall, which is pretty big. McCaffrey I thought was a nice utility player, offensive weapon that they could use at a variety of spots. I think that that's the kind of thing you want to add for Cam Newton right now, especially with him, losing Ted Ginn. I think you need a guy who could play out the slot, catch screen passes, and just kind of do it all for them, be their special teams contributor. So I think that was a really nice pick. I had McCaffrey, I think, 19 on my board last year. So, or this year I might add. So I think that's a good pick there. Marshawn Lattimore was my cornerback one, I guess, top-graded corner. He was my 6th overall prospect. That was, at the time, in terms of I do the value based on where guys are going in the draft. And at the time, that was the best value pick in the draft in terms of, why this guy ranked here and then he went here. So that's a nice value for the Saints. Saints get their really like what the Saints can do there with Bro and Lattimore on the outside now in terms of nice 2 corner sets with cover 2 looks. And then Tack McKinley was I'm probably the highest guy of anybody on Tack. Tack, obviously a great story, but I had him as my 9th overall prospect, 3rd rated, I guess you call him edge, defensive end, outside linebacker, I guess. But Tack, I think he's really good. Got really his athleticism was underwhelming for some people, but I guess we might cut here as the Cowboys make their pick. So
there you go.
Yeah, let's just see who they pick.
With the 28th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Taco Charlton, defensive end, Michigan.
Well, there's Taco Charlton, and I'm not going to go there yet. So Taco Charlton going to Dallas,
Cowboys.
Cleveland. Yeah, Cleveland has traded back in, and I don't know if the rumors are if those are just rumors or if people are actually already saying who they're taking with that pick or have already taken with that pick. Not sure what all that is going with. Hey, Riley, I just want to ask, just because I think it's real pertinent to us. So we take Howard, awesome pick, lots of other stuff, lots of surprises with this draft so far. But I think the big question on most Bucs fans' minds right now is where do the Bucs go next? As we go into the second round, is it possible we trade back into the first round here with these last couple of picks? What are we doing next?
I think with what we're doing next, I think the Bucs could probably look to address. I would think that they're as likely to address a skill position with their next pick. If that's at 50 overall, I don't think that they'll take I don't know that they'll be inclined to take a running back or a receiver now that they've taken a tight end and they have fairly good depth at all those positions. But I think that we're probably looking at defense with this next pick. I think we could see maybe a corner, safety, linebacker. I don't know. They could really go anywhere. That's the thing. We've said this all along with this team. Even with tight end, this team really doesn't have a defining need and can take best player available at really any one of their picks. As long as they can get a safety with one of their picks, they should be fine.
Man, I love hearing when other people say that. I got to tell you, I really do.
Brent's been on the safety train for a while now.
I have been, but I've been on the best player available train. The whole thing of there's not someone we have to take, but there's also at the same time not a position that couldn't use an upgrade. So we could go anywhere, but there's nothing that is like so pressing that we either take it or we die this season. That's just not where we are this year, which is a great place to be.
Yeah, for what it's worth, though, we should have quotes coming in soon because O.J. Howard just got on the conference call. He should be flying to Tampa Bay for a presser tomorrow before day 2, it looks like. But conference call starting now with the media, so it looks like we should be getting quotes about him getting ready to play with Jameis and other stuff coming soon.
That'll be cool.
Yeah, and we're definitely watching. We're definitely watching Twitter to see what comes out as far as that goes. So, well, Riley, man, I thank you for jumping in. Is there any other thoughts you have about the draft so far here on night 1, or anything else you want to share with us?
Oh, no, it's been fun. Looking forward to day 2 because I think day 2 and day 3 are really where the best teams are built in terms of you can find good players in round 1, but if you can find gems in round 3, round 4, round 5, that's how championship teams are built. So I'm looking forward to that.
One more thing before you go, Riley. There's an elephant in the room. We've been, where is Dalvin Cook going?
I mean, to be honest, we could be looking at him right here if we're being honest for Cleveland, just because I think Cleveland can look to take best player available. But, I think that he could probably slip to round 2 at this point in terms of just I don't think that there's a team that could really use him for the rest of the draft at this point. Seattle at 31, obviously not taking a running back. Steelers at 30, not taking running back Le'Veon Bell. And at 32, New Orleans. I mean, maybe, but I really doubt it with Adrian Peterson being added in the last week. So I think it's a pretty high probability that Dalvin Cook slips to round 2 at this point, which is a fairly big deal. But the main quote from the last 2 weeks before the draft was that teams worry about his off-field history more than they worry about Joe Mixon's off-field. So I think it isn't that surprising that he might slip to round 2 there.
They were worried about Dalvin Cook's off-field more than Joe Mixon? Is that what you said?
Well, I think NFL teams I don't view it as this, but NFL teams seem to view Mixon's incident as an isolated incident, whereas Cook has had issues from when he was 14.
Yeah, every
14
2 years
had
seems to
armed
get in
assault,
trouble.
15 got kicked out of school because he brought a gun on the campus, 70, and then was kind of good throughout high school, but then freshman year at FSU got in some trouble with animal endangerment and a couple other charges. So I think he's had multiple incidents, whereas I think the NFL seems to view Mixon's incident as an isolated incident. And I think with Mixon, here's the thing, is that Mixon, I can almost see an NFL team going round 1 because there's going to be a PR hit no matter what round you take him in. So
Right.
whether you take him in round 1 or round 5, in my opinion, shouldn't be that big of a difference because I think the PR hit will be just as strong from any of the rounds.
Yeah, I've said that quite a few times. But yeah, thanks for joining us. Picks in.
Yeah, picks in. Riley, hang with me because I got one question for you and I'm going to let you go. But let's hear what this pick is. I think I know what it is.
With the 29th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select David Njoku.
Yep.
Tight end.
David
Miami.
Njoku, that's it.
Yep.
That is big.
Yep.
That is big.
There
Telling you,
go.
man, they're rebuilding. They're coming for us. They're coming for everybody.
Njoku's saying, quiet down, quiet down.
He really fits what Hugh Jackson wants in his tight ends. Gary Barnidge has regressed the last couple of years after that really big year, got him that nice contract with the Browns. But Njoku, he was my guy at 19 because I thought that we wouldn't touch Buddha and that OJ would be gone. But going through these highlights, most people are probably watching on the TV right now. But, you see his elite after the catch abilities and how, he's a good blocker. Now he's really just well-rounded. Even if he's raw right now, he can become a really, really good player. And that's a sneaky good pick for the Browns if they want to run more two tight end sets next year.
Okay, so do we cry over losing Njoku given that we got O.J. Howard?
Yeah, no, that's kind of like, hey, you won the $1 million prize and your friend won $100,000. It's nice, but you still came out on top.
All right. One question, just because I've seen it out there on Twitter quite a bit and a little bit on Facebook. What do you think the chances are that, as you said, Cook falls to the second round, that the Bucs might even trade up to get him, or that he's still available when the Bucs come up to pick, and that the Bucs might take him? Any thoughts, percentages on that?
Yeah, I think he's like Miles Jack was last year, where he's going top 5 picks in the second round. Just because I think at that point teams will take the best player available if he's there, and Cook on film is a top probably 7 player in this class. So I would expect that if the Bucs are going to get him, they're going to have to trade up into the range that they picked last year in like 36, 37, 38.
Do you think they will or not at all? What do you think the chances
I don't
of
think
that
they will. Light's pretty conservative as a general manager, and trading up for a player that has that many red flags off field isn't really like him.
Fair enough. Riley, man, thank you so much for jumping in, and thanks, for all your contributions, being on the show last time. It certainly was a great show. The numbers are flying. Doing great with that episode. And man, thanks for jumping in. You have a great rest of the draft, my friend. All right.
Okay, we'll do.
Thanks, Riley. Have a great one, man.
Thanks, Riley.
That's fine.
Surprised me with that one.
that was all the pauses. Like you'd stop talking and be like, no, keep talking because I'm trying to get Riley hooked up right now. So yeah, very fun to get Riley. I saw him bouncing around with some stuff. He beeped in and said, hey, he's available. And I went, awesome. Let's get him on the show. So, smart.
Hey, he's available. What?
Yeah.
Who said he's available?
Yeah.
What, you got to go through his manager? What was that all about?
Yeah. Well, it's the thing on Skype actually. It says he's available.
Oh, he's been Skyping with other people.
Or he just signed in to Skype or whatever, or hit something that made it say.
What do I know?
But whatever. Yeah, whatever. So there you gues have it, Riley. I'm a very bright young man. Contributor to a lot of draft talk. So should be very interesting. I got to tell you, Ren, I cannot do this tomorrow. I would love to. No. I cannot do this tomorrow, but it almost sounds like tomorrow might be a better day for the Bucs than even today has been. Although I don't know, getting OJ Howard, who nobody thought we were, that's a pretty the metaphor that Riley just used. It's like you winning $1 million prize and your buddy just won $100,000 prize. Like that's a tenfold player that on a metaphor. Like that's. I don't know.
It's big. They're both very good players, but that's the difference between being the best and being the second best, or in this case, the third best. It's like he said the same thing Kuiper did. Like Kuiper called him like 6 through 8, he's a top 8 prospect, and Riley put him in the top. I think Riley had him 3. It was definitely top 5, I'm pretty sure, but it was up there in that Kuiper range. So I mean. Like Riley said, it was just because this people were undervaluing the tight end positions, or they had tight end positioned, or they just had bigger needs and were afraid the guys that they had picked out to fill that need were going to be gone. But yeah, just back to what you.
Yeah, well, hold on before you do that, because we have Pittsburgh Steelers. Their pick is in. The San Francisco 49ers have traded back into the first round, and rumors have it that they are taking a very good player that is still left on the thing, and people are saying John Lynch is about to become GM of the year with that pick. I can't wait to see. Let's hear. It looks like San Francisco traded a 2nd and 4th round pick to Seattle to move up to number 31 to get the player that they were actually considering at number 2 or number 3 way back then. Oh, hey, here we are.
Dan embodied everything that is special about this game. He was a great leader for the Pittsburgh community and a tireless advocate for the Steelers. But more than that, he was one of the best men I've ever known. To pay tribute to him tonight, I want to introduce 2 players who Dan loved dearly, Franco Harris and Jerome Bettis.
Thank you, Commissioner. On April 13th, 2017, Dan Rooney passed away. When he passed, he was holding the hand of his beloved wife, Pat. Dan loved his family, he loved God, he loved our great country. And Steeler Nation, he loved you. And he loved us, the players. He loved us. He was so approachable, respectful, and he was a good man. And he was good to the city of Pittsburgh. He touched many lives. And to
Come on,
NFL,
get to the pick. Let's go.
He had a major impact.
Jesus.
And with that impact, he made a difference and touched a lot of lives also.
You might want to drop out of this because they're going to.
So Dan Rooney,
talked yet.
Yeah.
He will be missed.
Yeah, let's.
But his spirit
No,
will
no
live
disrespect to Dan Rooney or
No, not
anyone
at all.
else. Absolutely not.
Mr. Rooney was.
Yeah, so the
We'll
49ers.
just have it. We'll just have it.
49ers. So who are being rumored? Who could be still around that they
Reuben
want?
Foster. Reuben Foster.
Oh,
That
of
the
course.
Niners traded up in front of New Orleans to pick him up.
Oh, New Orleans, of course, would have went for Reuben Foster because they need defense.
Yeah. So Trevor Sikkema of PewterReport.com just tweeted Solomon Thomas, Reuben Foster, and some extra picks in his very first draft ever. Put John Lynch in the Hall of Fame just for that. So lots of people praising John Lynch. Yeah, it's Reuben Foster. Everyone is saying he's gone up to take Reuben Foster. So
I forgot he was even still on the board.
Yeah. Hey, if anyone's wondering, Buccaneer jerseys for OJ Howard are now available on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers store. Let's find out the pick.
The Pittsburgh Steelers select
look at that.
T.J. Watt, linebacker, Wisconsin.
There you go. Is that J.J. Watt's other little brother?
Yes.
Yeah. It's part of that family, huh?
Yes, parts of the Watts.
Yeah.
He'll be loved in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Can you imagine
How many
if
of those
TJ
guys
Watt
are? How many of
played-
those guys are in the league now?
If imagine if J.J. Watt played in Pittsburgh,
Oh man.
it's like Gronk playing in Pittsburgh. Like they would go crazy for that guy. But yeah, I mean that is going to be so. I want to figure out what picks they have left.
What do you
Because
mean,
you said
for
they
this
had to
round?
give up some to trade back in, right?
Hold on. I just saw what the trade was for. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see here. San Francisco traded their second and fourth round picks to Seattle to take this first round pick, is what they did. Now, out of the Cleveland trade, they got the third and fourth round pick. So presumably they don't have a second round pick now, but they have 2 third round picks. They traded a fourth round pick, but still have their original fourth round pick. And then they still have next year's first round pick.
What was the extra pick they picked up for next year?
It was a third round pick for next year. So they still have that one. And then they still
they have no second round pick. They have 2 thirds and a fourth this year.
Right.
And they have an extra third for next year.
Right.
And they got Thomas and Reuben Foster.
Right. And Reuben Foster is the guy that they're saying they were looking at Reuben Foster as number 2 or number 3.
And they're like, well, he's still there. Let's go get him.
Exactly.
Because
And that's
who do we gotta go in front of? We gotta go in front of the Saints.
Yeah. And man, that's what you do. When your guy is still there, you jump up and honestly, and people can say what they want. Hindsight's 2020. It's what Jason Light did last year with Roberto Aguayo. His guy was still available when he needed him to be there, thought he might be going somewhere, so he went and got him. And people can say that pick was a bust. They might be right. Yeah, they might be right. I don't know.
Jury's still out.
That's and we can talk about that, Roberto Aguayo. A lot of people are calling that a bust. Maybe it might be. We don't know yet, and I think it's far too early to call that whole thing a bust. It's very well documented that kickers that get drafted high tend to not do very well in their first year, but they settle down and they wind up doing great later on. And they could actually completely wash out. We just don't know yet, is all I'm saying. And for whatever it's worth, personally, nothing against Nick Folk. I would like to see Nick Folk leave and go sit at home, and we stay with Roberto Aguayo. Unless he actually truly is just the better kicker, in which case let's roll with him. But anyway, that is not the point of this particular conversation right now. So yeah, but they got some pretty stout, not bad for old John Lynch that we love.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I can't wait to start reading stuff when this pick comes through, where people had Reuben Foster on their board. As prospect wise, how we've sort of been touting how O.J. Howard, like, oh my God, he has him as 8, he has him as 3, and we got him at 19. What a great value pick. This one might even be better of a value pick.
Right.
Because he's maybe a top 5 guy with some people. He was the best linebacker on the board just about for everybody. Then he did a diluted sample at the combine as well. And here we go.
So yeah.
They get him, and let's see who that player is.
With the 31st pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Reuben Foster.
So there it is.
Alabama.
Yep.
So, here's the thing. The San Francisco 49ers had pick number 34. It was the second pick in the second round. So essentially all they did was they traded a 4th round pick to jump up and use their 2nd round pick right now. Like, effectively, that's all they really did, right?
Yeah.
And the Seahawks went back 2 picks.
Mm-hmm. And picked up a 4th rounder.
And picked up a 4th rounder. So that's a good win-win, especially if they weren't looking at Reuben Foster and San Francisco really was and felt that New Orleans might be grabbing him, which they should have if he was still certainly available. So good. I think that was probably a win-win for both Seattle and the 49ers. And I don't know. I'm not a 49ers fan. I don't hate the 49ers. I'm just not a fan of theirs, but I'm a fan of John Lynch. So it makes me glad to see that.
Yeah, exactly. Because it was such a while. Like, if John Lynch didn't play for the Buccaneers, I could care less about the whole entire organization, the staff.
Exactly.
I would still find it weird that they went and hired a guy who went from player to the broadcast booth, and then also now is your GM. I would be laughing if I didn't know who John Lynch was and what type of person he was.
Right.
If he spent his whole career in Baltimore, and then for the last couple of years when he went, say he still went to Denver, I wouldn't know who he was. So yeah, and it's just good, because he's our boy. He's like a hometown guy. He's a Buccaneer. He was a Buccaneer. He'll be Buccaneer for life. If he ever does go to the Hall of Fame, he's going to go in as a Buccaneer. So yeah, it's good to see that he's not just falling all over himself. Not only is he not drowning, it seems like he's up on the first try, catching the wave on a surfboard and doing pretty good.
Yeah. Well, it looks like the final pick of the first round is in with the New Orleans Saints. They have already drafted once in this round. They got Marshawn Lattimore at pick number 11, I think it was. Somewhere around there. So this one is certainly one that we as Bucs fans want to pay attention to because this is going to a division rival. And we'll see. You think they're going defense again, Brent?
Yeah. They might want to replace receiver eventually in this draft. They could arguably get the 3rd best receiver in this draft because I think John Ross is just overrated because of his speed. To replace, they did pick up Ted Ginn Jr. in free agency, but he's not a replace for Brooks, who they traded to New England to get this pick. But yeah, Reuben Foster would have been the perfect pick, but I definitely see them going defense again. And here he is.
You might be wrong because I think I just saw who it is.
Here it is.
With the 32nd pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Ryan Ramczyk, tackle, Wisconsin.
Or they could go offensive line, and they do.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
Or they go offensive line. It makes you wonder looking at how this guy, Ramczyk, makes you wonder if somebody's back there, backstage with Gooddell saying, all right, how do I say this guy's name again? Okay.
Yeah.
Like somebody's whole job is just to make sure that he says it correctly.
I'm sure the card just has a picture of the LA Rams logo with a check mark next to it. Ryan Ramczyk. Got it.
There you go. There you go.
I could see this. I mean, you could never, if this guy's there's only one other offensive player, right? So this guy, a lot of people thinks he's the best tackle in the draft. And it's not, everyone says how terrible this offensive line class is. It's not. It's just super shallow. And there's a difference between the two. These guys are going to be taken, this first handful, are going to be very, very good offensive linemen. The problem is you can't find a Kevin Pamphile in Ram 4 this year. After these guys, like, that's it. You know, everyone else is going to be undrafted, and I'm sure people will draft them and pick them up, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is probably the draft where the least amount of offensive linemen are ever drafted. So it's not a terrible class. From top to bottom it is, but it's not the worst class. It's just extremely shallow. Right. And that's a good pick. You can't go wrong with the first round offensive lineman.
Yep, can't do it. And with that, guys, that is going to draw our first round draft live call-in show that we had one call-in, which is cool because it was Riley Allman, who I think he makes up for like 10 calls.
I think we made him call in.
Yeah.
Did we call them?
Actually, I called him to tell the truth. I pushed the button. But no, it's all good. But that's going to do it. So, okay, final thoughts, Ren, coming out of the first round of the draft, particularly for the Bucs, but just kind of overall.
Yeah, I haven't gone over it yet, but I really don't see any losers. I think there's a few reaches, but you can explain them away. There's not just like some total head scratching. And that's because this draft is so deep. There was guys that, we talked about were going to go in the first round without a doubt, that you saw every draft pundit, every single mock draft put in the first round, and they're not there. Dalvin Cook, Budda Baker, just come to the top of my head because they've been mocked to the Bucs a lot or linked to the Bucs a lot. But I think everyone's got a piece to make their team better. I can't really call a loser. The closest thing I would have to say is the Chiefs, because that's the biggest risk for a player that could have been perceived would have fallen to them. But Andy Reid's the coach, so I don't think he is going to fail because Andy Reid's the coach.
Right.
And there's everything else fills the need and fills a big need. Only if someone busts out. Like I've heard Derek Barnett, the Eagles pick, that he's kind of like not the player you think he is. Yeah, and that's really pretty much it. Everyone else, Peppers is a little questionable for the Browns, but they probably could have waited for him. But who knows? Maybe they got information. They traded back.
Somebody's calling in. Whoa.
As we're saying.
Yeah, calling in here at the end of the show. Who do we got on the line with us tonight?
Chef Aaron, my brother.
Chef Aaron, what is going on, buddy?
How was the party?
Oh, it was awesome.
Which party were you at, Aaron?
I was at the Bucs Uncensored draft party.
Fantastic. And give us a little insight. Describe what it was like. Describe where you guys were for everybody who doesn't know what was going on there.
Well, it was basically everybody was figuring it was going to be either Dalvin Cook or O.J. Howard, and Jason Light made the best pick of his entire career as a GM. I mean, you can't pass up O.J. Howard. He's like a rare freak athlete. He's like a Gronk 2.0 in a way.
Fair enough.
Yeah, we're right there with you. We were listening to a lot of the casters, the sports casters. We had Riley Allman on, and he said he had him in the top 5. Mel Kiper said he had him, somewhere between 5 and 8 of overall prospects, and the value was great. But we were just, was there any, you were there. There was a bunch of people there. Was there? I'm gonna kind of assume it's a Patrick Mahomes pick. But besides that one, was there any pick that got like the biggest, like, oh my God, reaction out of the crowd tonight?
I would probably say, as a lot of people probably say, the Chicago Bears getting that Mitch Trubisky.
Yeah, all the way back
Especially
up at the top.
With them just signing Glennon.
Yeah. So, do you have a favorite pick or a least favorite pick?
That's not the Bucs.
Let's see. I would probably say maybe Jabril Peppers. I'd say I don't know if he's going to be a good fit in Cleveland. I think Cleveland is probably more of a team that needs to have like a foundation in place, and I just don't know if Jabril Peppers' skill set fits that foundation yet, because we don't know what Cleveland, what their foundation is going to be quite yet, because they're obviously still in a rebuilding mode, and Jabril Peppers is basically an unfinished product, or we don't even know what position he's going to be playing, if it's safety or linebacker. So I think that pick may be a little bit of a reach.
I like it. That's probably the only pick in there you can really make an argument for, and just because he's such a mystery. Not that he's not an athlete, but you just, like you said, like I don't really even know where he's going to go. A little funny story for the listeners still on here. Aaron flies in from the Dakotas just to go to that pre-draft party, and he got caught in traffic, and I guess there was a snowstorm too, so he missed his flight, and he was in real danger of missing the party, but he just made it, which was cool. And actually, we've been talking back and forth, sort of DMing through Twitter, and Aaron and I are going to get together Sunday night after the final, or Sunday night, the final draft will end Saturday, and we're going to hang out and have a few beers and talk Bucs football, and I'm looking forward to that.
That sounds super fun.
Do it, man.
Yeah, that's man. I would kind of mix. I want to come to Tampa. I want to go out. Have a couple beers with y'all. That'd be fun.
Getting a plane.
Yeah, now give me just a little bit. Give me about another month or two, and I'll be there. I can make that happen. For that, well, yeah. So overall thoughts on first night of the draft, Aaron? You're pretty pleased with what we got, and I saw you had a tweet just a few minutes ago, I think, where you were realizing how early that Green Bay is going to be picking. You think they're probably going to be taking a guy that you might be wanting for us as well?
Well, as everybody knows, they have a dire need at running back, so Dalvin Cook may just be, unless, I just don't know if he's going to last until 50. I think Jason Light, unless a miracle like O.J. Howard happened tonight, I just don't know if another miracle will happen twice. So if Light wants Dalvin Cook, he's possibly going to have to trade for him.
Yeah, and we've been talking about that. Not quite sure if he wants him that much to make up, to trade up as far as he's going to need. Because even Riley had said he thinks that Cook will go at least in the top 5 of the next round. So that's quite a few people to get through. So, well, Aaron, wherever you are heading out to tonight, man, make sure you're safe with everything you're doing, and definitely thanks for calling in to the show here, bro.
My pleasure, guys. It's always a pleasure talking to you when it comes to the Bucs.
Awesome. And go Bucs, Chef. Well, I'm sure we'll talk to you again here real soon. All right, buddy?
Yep. Take care, guys.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Yep. I'm going to be seeing Chef in a few days, and we're going to hang out, and we're going to talk about how smart Jason Light is probably most of the time, because, he's good. He's getting real good. Getting good at everything.
Yeah.
But this one was mostly luck than anything else.
Yeah.
Gosh, I just want to be in the war room to know, like, what if Howard wasn't there? Would they have tried to trade back?
Right. Who are they going to go? Because, and I think that's probably, we might have seen them trying to trade back, except for those guys were there, so they had to take them. Like, they couldn't, they had to be losing their mind going, hey, don't trade yet. We might get somebody. So whoever was trying to call in just a minute ago, I had to actually decline that call. Go ahead and call in back. The phone line is clear. Unfortunately, I don't have a way to answer and put people on hold. So if that was you, give me a call back, and we will definitely take that phone call as we kind of wrap up the show here. Because this show's just crossed the 4-hour mark there, Ren. Officially makes this the longest show we've ever had here at the Pewtercast.
Please download it and listen to us ramble for 4
Yeah,
hours
listen
about the draft
to us ramble about a draft.
Watched.
Right. To that, I have a question about whether or not we'll probably put this on the feed just for sake of, but
oh yeah, I'm gonna listen to it.
I probably won't. I don't.
I am. I got to see where I was right and where I was wrong. I mean, it's gonna be but I'm gonna listen.
You gotta listen to the game film. It's our version of listening to game film. So, so that's what we have. So we've got that. We've got 2 more days now. The draft tomorrow night starts at 7:00, and that will be rounds 2 and 3, and then rounds 4 through 7. I think it starts about noon on Saturday. Is that right?
Yeah, it's way early on Saturday.
Yeah,
on Saturday.
Yeah, and by the time they get to those, they tend to go pretty quick.
Yeah, you have to watch the ticker on those. They'll be talking about somebody, and like 3 or 4 picks will go before they finish the person's highlight reel.
Yeah,
that's how that last day flies by. And tomorrow's going to fly by too. I think it knocks it down to 5 minutes in round 2.
Oh, does it?
Maybe not. Maybe it's 10 for round 2 and 3, but I really don't remember. They changed. A while back, it used to be, way back, it was 15 minutes round 1, then 10 round 2, and then everything after that was like 5 minutes. So, but it'll become fast and furious, and I'm super excited about tomorrow, about what we're gonna see, what we're gonna look out at I don't want to say at the very least, but we should get at least 2 draft picks tomorrow. I kind of like Riley's idea. We didn't really get to pick apart his call there about what he said, but I liked his idea, how I've been very pro wide receiver round 2, but he's thinking defense because they went offense at tight end.
Mm-hmm.
It made sense to me at the time. Now they're repeating it back, it doesn't make any sense at all. Obviously the way he worded it was a lot better, or maybe I'm forgetting something that he said that made it make more sense to me.
But you know what? You can go back and listen to the feed because I'll have this and you can find out what he said.
There you go. But yeah, some of the things he said I really liked. It pretty much we were on the same page as far as OJ Howard went.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh.
Calling in just before we get off the line. Who do we got talking to us tonight?
Craig from Sin City.
There we go. I knew that's who that was.
Craig
calling in. Craig in Vegas. How's draft night going for you, my friend?
Oh, we had a good turnout. We had about almost 40, 50 people at a turnout with guys coming in from all different parts of the West Coast out here to watch the draft.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you guys were hosting a big Bucs draft party over there.
Yeah, so we had 50, I'd say close to 50 people here. Some local, some came in from New Mexico, Arizona, Colorado, and California. So we had a good little turnout on the West Coast.
Yeah, representing Buckaholics out there.
Yeah.
So describe for us the scene. What was it like where you were when pick 19 came in and the Buccaneers did not trade out and OJ Howard was still sitting there along with Dalvin Cook, mind you?
I think a lot of us, once we saw the pick go in right away, we kind of knew it was OJ Howard because you read everything that the team fell in love with him at the Senior Bowl, and what that does for the middle of that, great, some help as well too. It's also a good blocking tight end, which Stocker can only do it so long. He always gets hurt as well too. The weapons for Winston thing is still obviously going so well. So everybody was euphoric about it. No one was disappointed, and I think also too everybody trusts what Jason's doing. There's no doubting what this guy is doing because look what he's done the last 2-3 years in the draft. He's really built his team up. So listen, it was euphoric. Everybody's excited, and listen, we were all talking at the end of the first round when it was over with. There's still some great talent on the board right now.
Yep.
That the Bucs can really get first round talent in the second round tomorrow. And it could be Dalvin. It could be, P. Ryan from Oklahoma. It could be Quincy Wilson, a 6'1" corner in our division you could use as well too. So there's still a lot of very good pieces on the board that the Bucs can use and didn't have to trade up. Well, maybe they'll trade up a little bit tomorrow if someone's really dropping down so closer to them. But to me, I think the best tight end on the board tonight, and what that does for that offense. I mean, pick your poison. Who are you going to cover? I mean, you've got to guard somebody. Well, everybody's going to get singled up, and the gamers can pick apart the middle of the defense now as well too. Any of those guys, like especially if someone who can run like that as well too, and that's what Derek had in Atlanta, the stud tight end with Tony Gonzalez. Listen, everybody after that pick is, a lot of people are tweeting out that they're a playoff team guaranteed now. They are a playoff team. Barring injuries, that's the one wild card you don't know about. But it was a great scene. Everybody going nuts, everybody excited, just everybody already planning road trips to game. I think we're all going to try to get down maybe to Tampa for the Jets game. Everybody is going to go to the Arizona game. We're all talking about maybe sneaking into the Green Bay game, but everybody's it's just a different feeling than any offseason we've had in the last 10 years since the Super Bowl run, where this team is not just pointing in the right direction, but you can see this team is going to be sustained successful for quite some time because they finally have that franchise quarterback, which they've never had other than Doug Williams.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. You're spot on. It's once we got Winston, and there was the diehards were on board with it, and then he had his rookie year, and it was up and down. It was up and down. Would have some good weeks, and then have some great weeks, and have some bad weeks, and then some good weeks. And honestly, after his first year, he kind of finished on a down note. He started throwing more interceptions, but the way the team finished this year, going 6-2 in the last 8, that really kind of brought everybody back on board. The old schoolers were dusting off their jerseys. The new people were obviously there. The diehards never left. And we're bringing in a lot of fans because this is a great roster. It's a very good roster.
Yeah.
I mean, I had them at 10 wins. What did we have them? We had them 11-5. I know it was really early.
Yep.
We had 11-5, and now you add O.J. Howard, and you're like, well, you can't. I don't want to go 12-4, but I'm definitely not backing off 11-5 with that. Just like Craig said, pick your poison. Like you can't if those 4 guys go out, Brate, Howard, Evans, and Jackson, they all go out in the pattern. Everyone's getting single coverage, so it's going to be sick.
And if I can add to that as we look towards the upcoming rounds, when you turn around and you add more to the defense, particularly on the defensive line, who you going to cover? Who are you going to double on the defensive? As we continue to add more and more people, you've got Gerald McCoy, you've got Swaggy, there's Robert Ayers now in there, Silver Siglia, however you say his name. Let's if we add a defensive tackle, which is not been which has been something that I've heard a little bit of recently in the mid rounds, 3rd, 4th round. Now who are you gonna double there? It's that's what we're doing as we draft here, and it's great to see. Is we're just getting all of these pieces that are in place that everybody has to account for. That's what I love. So. Craig, man, love hearing about your guys' party out there in Vegas. Man, if I ever get to Vegas, man, I'm definitely looking you up. I'll go buy you a beer. We'll go hang out for a little bit. But, man, any final thoughts as we're really kind of, I think, signing off the show here. Any final thoughts as we let you go?
I just think, honestly, I think tomorrow you're going to have at least 1 or 2 more starters tomorrow. The 2nd and 3rd round, and I'm leaning toward everybody's rating these corners so high in this draft. I think you're going to need 1 more corner with the weapons that are from a receiver perspective in this division. I would love to see just 1 more corner, and then in the 3rd round you could still get that good running back to help out as well too. So that's what I'm leaning towards, that corner, but I'm excited because I think you're going to get a starter or even 2 starters tomorrow. Or if not, you might find your 3rd nickel corner as well too, or your maybe up and coming safety down the road as well too. But but sky's the limit with what Jason's doing.
Yeah, it really is. And man, we can't be more excited for what we have coming up here with the rest of this draft. And a lot of people are saying, you see it out there, in light we trust. So
yep.
should be good stuff. Well, Craig, man, thanks so much for calling in. It is definitely good to hear your voice, my friend. And I'm sure we'll definitely be talking to you again here in the future.
All right, man. Take care.
All right, thanks, Craig.
Thanks, Craig.
Well, that's fun. At least we didn't go with no calls for our show, Ren.
Yeah, it was funny. I forgot to tell the story when I was telling the chef story. Was kind of the reason I told it. He was like, "Are you going to be at the draft party?" And I'm like, "No, Brent and I are doing like a live, the call-in show." And he goes, "Oh yeah, I forgot you were doing that." He's like, "Well, have a good show." And I was like, "Well, I think the over/under on calls is going to be 2, but it should be a good time." and it was just right
there
on to push. I'm not counting Riley's because that had to be solicited.
Sure.
So yeah. So
well, Riley wasn't so much a call-in as he was a surprise guest.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. But I'm not by any stretch of imagination saying like I'm sad or upset that I did it, because honestly, like, if we probably would have been on Skype talking about it anyway.
Right.
If we both were going to stay home and watch it, why wouldn't we just get on Skype and talk about it anyway?
Right.
You
and
know?
then record
like
it
and
then just put it out there.
Well, yeah, then hell, let's record it. And then if somebody wants to call and talk to us, they can talk to us.
And then, hey, let's just set up the phone call line so people can call in. And then, let's just set up a TV and, so we can hear what they're talking about. Like, I don't know. What are they talking about right now?
Is he a safety? Is he a linebacker? Is he a star?
Myles Garrett. That's who they're talking about. So, but, now I can add a TV in whenever I want because, once you get it set up, it's pretty much there. So, well, Ren, I think that's going to do it for us for tonight, brother. It's we're at 4 hours
let's cut off for somebody
10 minutes.
Calls.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Bucs fans, thanks so much for joining. If you are still listening to this, you guys are troopers. Those of you guys, I will tell you this right now, Ren. Actually, if there's anybody who wants to call in right now, we will take your phone call. We have more listeners. No, that's not right. We have some of the most listeners that we've ever had all night in the chat room right now. Looking over, it's not the most, but it's up there for people who are over there. But to everyone who has been with us, thank you so much. You guys have been troopers. Those of you who's jumped in and out, hey, no worries. We love that you were able to join us. If you're listening to this on the podcast later and you've made it through all 4 hours, God bless your soul. You are an amazing fan. My hat's off to you. Ren and I will be back in just a few days, I guess, is it, Ren? Where we'll actually do our full draft recap. It'll be our 1-year anniversary show here at the Pewtercast. So, whoop, whoop.
Da-da-da-da-da.
There we go, getting some stuff into place. So can't wait for that. And I guess with all that said, Ren, do we got any final thoughts as we head out of here?
I had a lot of fun. I'm with Craig. I think there's going to be a lot of good players. I'm not sure where they're going to fall and what they're doing. I like the cornerback things he was talking about. But once again, as you know, I'm kind of stuck on wide receiver there. But it's we could possibly get like 3 starters in the first 2 days, just the way it is, especially if they go after corner and safety. So, yeah, it was a lot of fun. I think I'm just rambling, so I'm going to shut my mouth and sign off.
Well, for Ren Daxt, I am Brent Allen, host here of the Pewtercast. Let us know how you feel about anything that we've done tonight. Shoot us an email to thepewtercast@gmail.com. Follow us on Twitter @thepewtercast or over on Facebook at facebook.com/thepewtercast. And until the next show.
Wait, Brent.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Dakota's asking for our Twitter handles.
Yeah, Twitter handles. Private, personal Twitter handles. You can catch me at Brent Allen Live.
And catch me at Rendaxt, REN_DAXT. And to answer your question, yes, I'll be tweeting tomorrow night. Definitely and for sure. That's REN_DAXT.
Yep. Those are our private ones. You can follow the show. We'll definitely be tweeting from there too at the Pewtercast. And hey, don't forget this new one that we have going on here called @Talking Knox. which is actually the official Twitter handle of the new show that we're going to be doing, where we'll be covering the Hard Knocks episodes with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
It's going to be a call-in show. It's going to be just like this.
It's going to be just like this. Let's give it a bigger over/under than 2, but that'll be that'll be what we're doing for sure. So we've got tomorrow night. We've got Saturday. We'll have our 1-year anniversary show coming up here next week as we come out. So I guess with that, like with anything else, Ren, unless you got anything else.
Nope, I'm done this time, I promise.
All right, that's going to get it for us, and we'll sign off the same way we always sign off, and that's by saying, "Go Bucs."
Thank you.